Evening, everybody. I'm starting on time. I know it's been a little while since I've seen some of you, and I was actually meaning to make something to drink, but I've got some water here, so we'll maybe take a break partway through the stream if I feel like I need it. But we're on to Industries of Titan today, and it actually looks like there's already a few of you inside. So just give me a quick second to bring up the stream. We've got our quality settings. We're ready to go. And I'm going to do my best to sort of set up the episode. One thing I'm not going to say I was disappointed by, but maybe one thing for myself that I was a little, I wish I had done differently was I'd spent so much time talking about the new tech tree, which I really want to try, but I didn't necessarily rush towards it. And I mean, I think that's probably the right way to go. I should shut up and watch the video.
Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
I still like watching that intro video, obviously. But yeah, I was going to say that the previous episode, I didn't necessarily rush to make the tech tree or the tech building. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think it's probably good to just play the game as it naturally comes, particularly when it's a new patch and I'm checking out new things, because, you know, it's important. When a game's in early access, there are some times where you can get a little burned out by the game, and I've not really felt that with Titan, and I think part of that is just the fact that I'm able to sort of try out something new and mess around a little bit each time each time there's a new change. And in particular, I've noticed with some games that I've played for a long time in early access, particularly on stream, I get stuck in certain ruts. And so usually when there are new things that are added inside of a game, there'll be some things that sort of upset those bad habits that I've gotten into. And it's neat to see how long it takes me to sort of untangle some of my old bad habits. Titan's a really good example of them, because, you know, things like going and trying a, you know, very low Zethane start, that's a very different way of playing than what I've normally done, which is to sort of just bring in as many resources as quickly as I can. Anyways, though, I'm going to continue on. This is the story of Nair Trust. The purification process naturally results in waste, but the end product is so valuable to be worth it. So let's maybe review the position. I think if I unpause, we'll see. Yeah, there's my power. So if memory serves, I think we were, I was on my way to sort of getting my finances back in order. And then I wanted to, I wanted to sort of make up this this shortfall of citizens. So I think I'm going to be focusing on the economy for a bit, and that's going to mean I've been feeding that with artifacts. The fact of the matter is I still also need to do, I need to get my last level of the headquarters. I still haven't actually set up sort of consistent extraction for things like the mineral node and such. I'm curious. Oh yeah, I haven't bought the blueprint for that, so probably not the time. But yeah, I think I'm probably going to be focusing on workforce and basically getting these numbers where I want them to be first, and then we will invest in the tech buildings. In order to acquire the science lab, we're actually doing okay. Just taking a look at like the requirements, we should be fine minerals and isotopes wise if I switch over. Well, actually, we've been using a lot of minerals. I forgot we needed to build an emergency ship. But yeah, long story short, I am still going to be focusing on my economy for a little bit, and I do need to start taking the steps of getting that infrastructure down in terms of burning up trash, getting the trucks moving where they need to go, and just generally kind of getting this flow of the necessities and conveniences of life, to use Adam Smith's phrasing, back in the startup. We just took out a rebel ship, so I'm not too worried about the rebel threat, and we don't have any opportunities to bring in people yet. So I think we're just going to unpause, and we'll let nature take its course. So I suppose if I take a look at available employees for sort of these free jobs, there's total employees of 11, but I've only got so 3 on processing, 3 on research. Okay, these are doing okay. Cool Facts, how you doing? When is the next Rebel Wave coming? So the Rebel Waves work on the base. So the basis for this threat meter is the overall value of your enterprise. So when you complete the game, you'll see a list of kind of all of the things that you own. It's like if you've ever had to read one, like I don't know if you've taken like a corporate finance course, or maybe I don't know, you're into stocks, or there's a number of reasons why you might run into these things. But like it's basically you get to see the balance sheet for your company. At the end, and there will be assets and liabilities on it. So waste, for instance, and pollution are things that will give you negative values, but you also can have some positive values, where the majority will be positive values, so your employees, your artifacts, and so on and so forth. So that is not just something that's nice to read at the end of the game. That is actually something that has it does actually have an impact on what you can do, or well, rather what happens to you is maybe the better way of putting it. So in this case, the threat meter is based. The greater your net worth, the more of a target you'll be to local rebels. When this hits 100%, prepare for trouble. It wasn't always like this. There were a couple of other ways. There's been some shifts in terms of how it goes and how quickly they inform you. So here, you're sort of taking your life in your own hands if you don't have a game plan ready to go by 100%. Before, there was a little bit of a kind of a warning in terms of. Well, I mean, this is still a warning, right? But like, it would be a little more explicit in terms of saying, like, this is the amount of time that you have before the rebels arrive. Whereas now you get to sort of play chicken with this meter. If you think that there's something really valuable that you want to do and you want to put those resources towards something else, you can. But obviously there's a price to pay if you do that calculation incorrectly. But yeah, so the when is not as easy to answer as it used to be, simply because it's sort of up in the air. It depends on how well I do. I do think, from my experience, and I need to be careful in terms of how I say this, because my individual experience doesn't necessarily mean that the collected behavior, like the collective behavior of the players, is necessarily consistent with that. I tend to find that on the hard difficulty, I am very often finding myself scrambling to deal with the next rebel wave. And so I tend to tailor my play style around that. because I wanted to mess around with the tech tree and just kind of try out some new stuff, I went down to the normal difficulty. Because obviously, like, so far as I can tell, I don't get to keep the credits if I win. So, you know, I don't think there's any reason for me to, you know, unless I just want to give myself a challenge, there's really no reason for me to overexert if I just want to try something new. I do prefer playing the normal mode, like not as a difficulty, but like the standard mode for the game over Zen. I do think that the kind of the combat does add something that will shape the way that I build my city that the Zen mode doesn't necessarily offer. But that's more of just something to sort of advocate for people who might be on the fence about trying such a mode. You know, you probably have it in you to handle this mode. There's also an easy mode, and I think the benefit of being able to see how your city is shaped based on the need to defend it can be a very rewarding experience compared to just having free reign. On the other hand, I would also say that I'm one of these people who, like, when I play a survival crafting game, you know, something like Minecraft or Ark or something like that, like, I tend to enjoy those games a lot more when they tell me what to do. I'm really bad with games that just give me complete freedom. So, anyways, hopefully that answered your question, or at least articulated why that's not an easy question to answer. I'm trying to think if I want to grab some more artifacts from the ruins right now. That is going to cost me influence. And the question that I have is, you know, what else am I going to use the influence for? No spaceport storage, huh? I don't want to spend on the artifacts quite yet. What I do want to do is get to the higher level headquarters, but I need to make sure that I have workers available before I do that. Oh, interesting. So we need people cleaning too. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We'll turn on the... No, we won't turn on the mineral input. We will turn on the employee module, processor, the output. Actually, you know what? I'll turn it all on. Yeah, so we have space for the garbage, we just don't have the people to handle it. Well, that or I put cleanup as a lower priority than it should be. Let's say... put that above moving resources. I do want resources moved, but it's not the most important right now. And I do think I am going to assign a body to cleaning up the artifact anomaly. That's probably my best course of action right now. I think I'm also going to extract the value from these ruins. So it doesn't make any sense for me to buzz down the ruins for resources, simply because if I do that, who's going to pick them up? But let's at least, you know, let's claim the artifacts that we can. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Okay. What's the next thing I want to focus on? Well, I do want to convert my last 2 employees. I do want to bring in more colonists, and apparently my storage is preventing that. Okay, actually, so I will get the spaceport storage. And the reason I did that is it's going to take me a while to build a smokestack. And I figure it's probably better that I just... like, I just acknowledge that and, you know, build... basically, I build with the idea that I'm probably going to have some storage issues for a while. Is it Sissant? How you doing? All right, what am I going to do while we're waiting for all this to come together? Eventually I want to build a command center so that we can claim the ruin monument. Again, if my influence goes up too much, there's going to be hell to pay from the rebels. Okay, so I'm thinking we could probably put like a road and a transport sort of in this area. I'm trying to think how I would handle building sort of this residential area. It's a little tricky, right? Because like there's so much water. Like syntax. Oh, thank you. No, I figure if my tongue breaks for the stream, then I really don't have any added value here. But thank you for the correction. I hope you're doing well. I take it you're probably an Industries of Titan fan, because I know I'm always looking for people who are streaming this game. I think, you know, again, right now we're just dealing with storage problems. So I think I'm going to build another batch of waste receptacles, particularly because I'm probably going to be running out of tier 2 minerals sooner than I think. Now again, I see this as a temporary measure, simply because I would much prefer, you know, use this for other purposes. Thank you very much for the follow. You know what? We'll just build the full. We'll build the full array. You know, one thing I could do to get a little more. No, I couldn't. I was thinking, it's like, what if I put one in the middle here and then let them sort of access from both ends? But then the problem is that these ones in the middle, in principle, I think basically all of these workers are Dalsum, and they will just extend their arms to reach places that they find difficult to get to. But I don't know. I like to try and work out factory plans that don't, you know, don't exploit that too much. Picked it up at launch. Haven't played lately. That's great. When you say launch, was that the Steam launch, or was that the Epic release? I'm currently playing the Epic version, but that was because, and actually, this is something I should mention because I guess I didn't do my usual brace yourself are truly legends among game developers bit, but I was actually given a copy of this from the developer Brace Yourself Games, and I definitely got the better end of it because you know. This game is definitely, I've gotten a lot out of it. I really enjoyed it. But with that in mind, obviously, playing a game is definitely perceived as endorsing a game, and certainly I am a very enthusiastic fan of the game. And so it's probably not a bad idea for me to just let you all know that. I'm not big enough, and I don't think I am influential enough to make anybody buy a game that they wouldn't have otherwise, but it's probably better that you all know that. The Steam launch, cool, yeah. So it's been really, I mean, one of the big things, I even wrote this in my review, one of the things that I've really enjoyed about being in early on this game was seeing how quickly it has developed. Like, the game is incredibly different from what I had started playing, or streaming, really. And I know the next one is a quality of life update, so there was a period before it went on Steam where it was clear that, and I think this is actually based on community feedback. If you've not joined the Discord, I highly recommend it because the developers are quite active there, and it is one of these cases where it does actually sort of shape certain decisions. But it was really clear that a number of bugs that had sort of appeared in the game were based on a decision to add lots of features as opposed to sort of, you know, kind of tighten the bolts on what was coming in there. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you spend all your time fixing bugs and then, you know, you do your next layer of changes, then probably in the aggregate you spent more time fixing bugs than what would have been done for something that maybe wasn't an early access release. But on the other hand, you also want to enjoy the game that you've just bought, and that's a factor to come in on early access. So before the Steam release, there were a couple of patches where there were a lot of things like sort of workers standing around and not doing anything, and it was really hard to identify why they were exhibiting that behavior. And then sort of there's a quality of life update that came in, and just sort of all of this stuff got swept away in what sort of felt like just this tidal wave, and then we've kind of come back to this run of just a whole lot of new features sort of being added in. So it looks like there's another quality of life coming up again, but every time Titan gets a new update, it's a pretty exciting time, just because it feels like some really meaty changes kind of get added each time around. So I was talking a little bit before about how it's interesting to follow a game like this, and how I react to certain different types of early access games, because there are other games where I felt burned out before the full thing has been released, and yet here I don't know how they do it, but just the kinds of changes that they're able to implement sort of over the course of a month, to me at least, has kind of given me enough variety to rethink sort of some approaches towards certain problems, and just learn little new things about the game. And I mean, I definitely think too, like, it doesn't hurt. We're lucky enough that there's so many good games, and they just keep coming. Like, I have no idea how you can keep on top of all of the quality stuff that keeps coming out. So the game's still going to be there when you get back, and so sometimes I don't think it hurts to just take a second, play something else if you think that your long-term satisfaction with the game is gonna is going to be there. I'm wondering at what point. So this is, for those who've seen my like big factory that I do. There's a side of me that wonders when I want to break this apart, and when I'm going to have one line for minerals and one line for isotopes. Right now I need to worry about the garbage. I was hoping that people would actually be moving garbage out of this building by just by virtue of the cleanup. That's really interesting, actually. There's so many people dedicated to processing, one person on moving resources, but nothing happening here. Interesting. Okay. Well, normally I put down some waste modules anyway. I just don't remember where. Okay. So this storage container would go in the top corner. Waste module. So I feel like I can have at least one waste receptacle. I mean, I can blow them up like I did last time too, but that's how I wound up with the particularly egregious garbage carpet. I usually... Okay, so there'd be a relay here, so maybe there isn't anything on this end, and I wind up putting the waste... Do I do that? Let's try. So then usually the output goes here. No, that works because there's the relay, and we don't use the full relay in these ones. Okay, again, there'll probably be a little bit of massaging, but I think I can live with this. So this is a good example of why I'm not doing these two production lines right now. It's just because the lack of activity happening on the floor right now. Just, you know, I've got an HR problem. I need more bodies to throw at my empire. Which makes me think I might want to buy a conversion center. Okay, what are some other things that we can do while that activity's going on? Looks like we mined out the artifact pile. I do want to try and keep that number up so I can keep my conversions going while still potentially feeding the science lab. Actually, that's an important distinction. So, minerals-wise, unless I'm going to be building a mine, which I think is a fairly distant future, really what I want to be thinking about now, I want to be thinking about these headquarters upgrades. So, we're going to go back to the factory. We're going to turn off the mineral components. No, you know what, we can do this, but I am going to start converting some of these tier 1 isotopes. And I bet what's happening with these waste receptacles right here, so with this conversion capsule, the reason why I'm still probably blocked from being able to build more workers is because they're taking waste from these waste modules. So it's still getting... Oh, well, there's room for processing inside there. So what gives? Why don't I have space to do some more conversions? The other alternative... Oh! Can we do it? Apparently not. It's again one of my rare speed-ups. Oh, there we go. So apparently they were sitting in there the whole time waiting to be converted. Obviously we'll dock it from their pay. They weren't actually doing anything productive during that time. Okay, these numbers are looking good. I think we need 127 to upgrade the headquarters. Again, I'm not worried too much about like buying the buildings right away. I do actually need to pay my workers for the next little while so that I can convert them. And I believe we might have a couple workers go back into the pool, or be pulled from the pool when I reactivate the shipyard to defend from the rebels. So my workforce might even be smaller than I think. Wait till that number goes down before bringing in new ships. Actually, this one will be perfect. Oh, what am I saying? No, it won't. It was the 4 that would have been perfect. All right. Well, we've got our workforce now, so I'm going to dismantle this conversion capsule. This is partly built on the assumption that I'm going to be able to find another source of work. No, hang on. I shouldn't do that because I'm going to be upgrading the headquarters now. So, sorry, how much does that cost, just for memory? 108. Sorry, I overestimated. So the reason I'm doing this, there's 2 big reasons. Number 1, my worker cap goes up. So, it probably doesn't require that much elaboration to say why I got rid of the conversion capsule. Or why I canceled the dismantling of the conversion capsule. I want to make sure that I'm maximizing the number of workers in the city. Now, one question I do have for myself is whether or not I want to upgrade this factory. So that's a 24. But then the next question is, what really am I going to be spending these? What am I really going to be spending these isotopes on in the immediate future? Not much. I mean, there is going to be the upgrade that happens to get the Ruin Monument, which will be reasonably quickly after the, after the headquarters upgrade, but not like this second kind of an improvement. I may also wind up dismantling this energy plant, because this was built purely because of its proximity to the energy pylon. Obviously, if I'm building a command center somewhere here on like the corner of the ruins, I may want to consider putting that plant somewhere a little less out of the way. And the important factor there is just to take a look at the pollution, the zethane, and then sort of the work levels. Like right now, that energy plant is in a reasonably good neighborhood. I kind of doubt that number a little bit, because fuel turbines do, at least I thought, they do give like a -50 on residential. I'm going to assume that that's also work. So like this isn't ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but as you can just sort of see from all of these shades, like this is my preferred work and office space. If I can start pushing some of these, some of these negative buildings onto the side. In fact, I might even move the fuel turbine now that I think of it. Might make a little sense to move the fuel turbine over onto this side of things. Again, we got to wait for the headquarters to be upgraded for that, but okay, we also have some extra extra influence, so let's do the upgrade, or the extractions. There aren't too many more artifacts for me to claim, but we will ultimately extract the resources out of these as well. Night Valian, good to see you. Actually, I probably should have explained why I've been gone for a little while, because there's actually going to be some big interruptions to the streaming schedule, which I would prefer to avoid if I can, but they're largely good ones. So let's talk, while the game's running through, I'm going to talk a little bit about my plans for the next little while. Obviously, so I didn't stream on Monday because it was Canadian Thanksgiving, and I do my best to take Canadian holidays when I can, and this is largely to avoid it feeling like... So there's two things that are relevant to this conversation. One of my first real jobs was in the film industry, and while I was a member of a union for the majority of it, the union is not responsible for getting you work. You are responsible for finding your own work. And particularly when I was establishing myself, I was pretty much willing to work on everything. Like I put my name on the day call list. I didn't care who I was working for. I worked for some really abusive guys. But I mean, this is something that personally I think is a reasonably good trait for myself. I don't know if everybody believes this about me, but I kind of like to think this is true. That one of the things that I do is I think I am able to work with everyone. I have had experience and know that I can work with difficult people. Doesn't mean I prefer it. Like, obviously, when I had my choice for work, I wouldn't accept the jobs from the jerks. I'd accept the jobs from the people who I enjoyed working with. But it did give me sort of I don't want to say a work ethic, because it's not work ethic kind of has this positive association with it. It gave me a style of working where, if I took a break, it wouldn't, it could mean I don't ever see another job again. And what it meant was I've gotten into this habit of not taking vacations. This has actually led to my workplace telling me that it's you need to take this vacation. If you don't, by the end of fiscal, we will force you to take that vacation. We cannot afford a payout for your vacation time. Yeah, it's a tough one. Like I said, Night Valley, I don't prefer it. It's just something that I know I have done, and I suspect I could probably do again. So anyways, like I'm at the point here where work is basically gonna be forcing the issue. I think for a while, apparently I've got a lot more than what is normal to have banked, because, you know, it's just, I think probably because of some of the pandemic measures and all of that, they probably let some of that time roll over. But anyways, it's come due, and I'm gonna be made to take the time off. So one of the things I've been quietly doing in the background is just seeing if people have work available for me. So there will be at least one game that I do sort of a paid Steam stream for, on, like, some of you have seen me do this, but like where a developer will pay me to play their game on their Steam page for a while, and generally this tends to get a lot more attention than YouTube, or than Twitch or YouTube. So one of those came up. You know, if I'm not really plugged in enough to know, like, how do I put it? Like, freelance data work. I'm sure it's around, but like, you know, everything I'm doing is kind of voluntary. But I've basically been kind of looking for different things that I can do to make a little money while I'm taking that time off. For sure, Night Alien. Or at the very least, I'll reach out to you and let you know. I know I am currently not allowed to talk about. I'm currently not allowed to talk about what it is, and I think it's just because of the fact that the event it's associated with is not yet announced. So, but suffice to say, yeah, I'll totally let you know when it's going. But on top of that, I'm actually finally traveling back to Vancouver at the end of the month, which I was really, you know, I've been wanting to do for a while, and for various reasons haven't been able to. Partly it's financial, because I'm still paying down some student loans, but I had a couple of months where I was really, really strict on myself about like eating right, and like just really cutting out a lot of the. So like one thing that I try to do at work, I'm sorry, I know this is totally unrelated to Titan, but it's nice to catch up with everybody. It's been a little while since the last stream, so it's a chance for me to unwind while we have my plans come together. I used to work on the 18th floor of my building, and so I would always walk to my office, and that includes taking the stairs. So obviously that's good. Like, so I'd, you know, walk to work, rain or shine, and Ottawa it gets very cold, and then, you know, I would go to my 18th floor office, and because it's all work from home, and I live in like, I do not live at a high level of my apartment building. It's nothing even remotely close to, like, if I were to do the stairs for my apartment building, I would probably have to make like 4 or 5 trips. And then of course, like, during lunch, I'm not going to, like, you know, walk up and down the stairs like 4 or 5 times and then like eat my sandwich or something like that. That's ridiculous. But what it has meant is that a lot of the incidental walking that I would do just doesn't happen anymore. And so for a while, what I would do is, you know, I'd like walk to a McDonald's and get a coffee or something like that. Or, you know, I would, sometimes I'd like walk to a park to do some reading after work or something like that. But like, just generally that kind of activity wasn't happening. And the one drawback is like, you know, walk to get groceries. Well, that's fine, because actually the grocery store I go to is pretty far away. But what had happened was this created this association between walking and buying stuff. And so, you know, like, a coffee is not going to break the bank for me, but once that adds up after a while, particularly when I'm buying a pretty substantial amount for home consumption, like, I'm sort of looking at my credit card bills and I'm like, where the hell's all the money going? So I've had a couple of months where I've like been shaking myself out of those tricky habits, and I've had a little more money than I thought, which was good, because I actually had a friend who was in a bit of distress and I was able to help them out, which felt really good. But it did mean that I was sort of in a position where I was like, well, you know, so something came up. I don't know if so this, I don't think it's a big secret, but my usual feeling is don't talk about stuff that you know whether or not you're supposed to talk about it. And that way people aren't going to ask you, you know, so if I say something like, oh, tee hee hee, you know, I have Canada's foreign policy on China for the next 10 years. Well, suddenly if you're really interested in that, you know, you're probably going to do what you can, even if it's just like asking me to get it. And of course, because I've already shown that I'm, you know, somebody who's going to, you know, like this idea of being known of having a secret or knowing that I know something, I'm probably going to be more susceptible to wanting to demonstrate that knowledge. And it leads you to a situation where, you know, potentially you're saying something that under other circumstances you wouldn't. So I've tended to find for myself that if I just don't say, haha, I know something you don't. Oh, I know the title of Respawn's game in development right now. Somebody let me know. Well, if that was true, you know, you'd all be asking me. And at some point, you know, maybe it's somebody I know really well. I'm like, okay, if it's only you, and then it's not a secret anymore. Keep going about Canada's foreign policy. Very mixed. if we even count as having one. But anyways, there's a thing that came up which gave me a really great reason to stop by Vancouver, and I was delighted when I let people know that I was coming. There's a lot of people who said that they'd like to catch up, which made me obviously feel good. So I'm looking forward to that. But with all of that in mind, that does mean so at the end of next week, I'm probably going to be able to stream, but I am actually taking a couple days off next week. And then at the end of the month, so I think this is the 27th to around the 30th, I'm actually going to be in Vancouver. And unless I work out, I don't know, some way of like streaming from my phone, because there's like a couple of arcades that I like in Vancouver, assuming that there's still around. Arcades aren't exactly the most pandemic-friendly business. But you know, it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be streaming next Wednesday or Friday. And obviously, because I've already, you know, missed out on a couple of broadcasts, I thought I'd try and telegraph that ahead of time. Also, yesterday, there was supposed to be an Elder Scrolls episode, but I've noticed that for some reason, Twitch isn't processing those videos as consistently as they used to. So that video did finally go online, but something at like, I don't know, like 1 o'clock in the morning or something. So it was... yeah, not ideal. I apologize for that. But overall, I'll just say my intention is to be as consistent as I can with the broadcast. There are some interruptions that are going to be coming up, and they are somewhat planned and known factors. But I am going to, you know, where I can, I'm going to do my best to, I don't know, just make sure, you know, make sure I don't go crazy, first of all. But second of all, that you know, I make up for the time that's been missed, let's say. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I enjoy doing it. I will admit that Oblivion crashes a lot, and that's made it a little less pleasant than what I would normally focus on. Let's prioritize this. I would have thought that they'd kind of work on it on their own, but it doesn't hurt to have a couple of priorities. Okay, this thing's mined out. Yeah, let's keep going for the isotopes patch. So there's one drawback here is that one thing I like about the fuel... I'm gonna have to face one of two possibilities. Either I move the fuel turbine onto this side, and it means that the Zethane starts leaking out to where the apartments are going to be. I could potentially put a fan up and just start blowing the Zethane back over the turbine. Or I keep it there and I put like the office in place, and then like I just put the residences in, you know, other further away places. But yeah, see, this is the thing, because I don't want to be too mean to Oblivion, because it is modded to, you know, the ends of the earth, and I know like Bethesda can't really be held responsible for what people have done to the game after the fact. But man, it's a struggle sometimes to keep my you know, keep my spirits up while I play it, because it's, I don't know, it's just a drag when you're like, you know, doing something fun, or you're like trying to put on a good show, and then, you know, you have to like redo the last 15 minutes or whatever. All right, I'm gonna find another ruins to excavate so we can run through. Anyways, all that's a long way to say, I've been a little, I know for the last little while I've been kind of inconsistent on my start times, and I want to get better at that, but I do have the reality of, having a day job and getting all of that handled. So I try to make sure that I keep, responsible to my employer, and I try to make sure that my own like personal stuff is sort of not being neglected in favor of streaming. There we go. And we're on leisure time, actually, so let's upgrade their factory as well, and I will prioritize that just because it doesn't take too many isotopes. But with that in mind, I've always viewed it like, if I want to have the discipline to, get my act together as far as just eating habits and kind of keeping my money under control, I think the same can be said for how I spend my time. I've got a lot of side projects I want to do. Not all of them are getting the consistent attention that they deserve, but streaming is something that I really value, and it's something that I want to continue doing, and it's something that I still really appreciate people. I am shocked that there are 2 idle employees. We'll see whether or not that stays true. But my view has always been that, it's important to make sure that the like day-to-day stuff is taken care of, but that doesn't mean that to me the less than ideal solution is to not do the streaming stuff or not do sort of the related content. It should just be a signal to me that I need to get a little bit better at managing the time. All right. So yeah, sometimes I have to, not cancel but delay a stream or otherwise just not quite live up to my expectations in terms of times. But where I can, I try and signal that stuff ahead of time. Okay, so we've got our 3rd floor. I suppose if I really wanted, I could get the conversion center and move that into the headquarters, but let's take advantage of the resources we have right now. Now, the other question that I have would be, do I want to try and build the smokestack right away? Do I want to try and build the command center first and then a later smokestack? I do have quite a bit of waste storage, and we are going to be earning some more money with the upgrade to the factory. So I definitely want to clear this one out. We're going to prioritize it just because that's going to be where the command center goes. Actually, I think I answered my own question. So, oh, and we also already have the command center. So, yay me. What's the next building I want to build then? Well, an apartment wouldn't hurt, I suppose. No, I should get the smokestack. At the very least, I have the option for it. Oh, and actually, this closes off that discussion about the fuel turbine, because clearly, if I'm putting the command center here... Well, no, I could put the command center here. Because again, turbine here makes better use of the real estate on this side. Command center more or less covers what I want. It's going to be a little crowded for the ruin or the isotope node, but I can still build stuff sort of along the side here. If I was really brave, I could like put the command center. Oh, yeah, I could build like one command center, then use it to. Oh, I think I am going to do that. Okay, let's do this one step at a time. So let's get my new fuel turbine up. Oh wow, I really got through those quick. I'm actually going to stop that refining. I can handle this refining. I think we need to get this factory up and running first. So at some point I need to also mine out these minerals. I'd like to get the employees under control again, though. This is encouraging as far as the cleanup's concerned. So one drawback about this is that I can't bring in any immigrants right now because the other factory that's housing all of the offices and the habitat pods is being upgraded. It's taking a bit longer than I was expecting, but it's already listed as a priority, so at this point we're just waiting it out, and bringing in more employees should get us to the point where that actually happens. I'm gonna guess we might be full up on tier 2 minerals. No, maybe not. Just waiting to see that number come back. As soon as it does, then I'll move over and start upgrading the furniture in Factory 4. We're almost certainly gonna run out of money with our current citizenry. Anyway, sorry guys, I shouted out Night Valiant, but I didn't talk about who they were. Night Valiant is a streamer of indie games. Actually, I'm a little curious if you're going to do a game that got my attention. I believe it's called The Procession to Calvary. Night Valiant, it does not stream exclusively Xbox Game Pass stuff, or Microsoft Game Pass stuff, but definitely he's streamed a lot of them and has done a really good job of them. Some other games that he's done really well are Outer Wilds and Dragon's... so it's Dragon's Breath 2, right? Anyways, he's somebody who I found through another Canadian game. So for those of you that don't know, Brace Yourself Games is a Canadian developer. And but I found Night Valiant through another Canadian studio, Kid Fox Games, and their game Lucifer Within Us, which I rather enjoyed, but I know didn't quite have the reception that I think some of their other titles have, which is a shame. I liked it. I know it's not for everyone. Actually, some people who I really like and whose taste in games I really admire didn't care for it, which maybe surprised me a little bit. But I don't know, it's just one of those things where, like, I think you sometimes can imagine, because you get along with someone, that they're gonna like all the same stuff that you do, and then it's always a little surprise. Like for me, it's always a little surprising. It's like, oh, but I thought you were cool. What do you mean you don't like this thing I like? And then of course, you know, I become a grown-up again and realize that it doesn't really matter if they like the same stuff as me. But yeah, I found Night Valiant through Lucifer Within Us. I thought he did a great job of it. And he's been somebody, for a couple of reasons, he's been a great caster to host, because he's got a nice soft voice. So for some of you who just like hearing me talk, I think he's got some of those qualities that people enjoy about my own broadcast. And then on top of that, he also streams a bit later. So because I was originally Vancouver based, some people I kind of pulled a bait and switch on as far as the hours were concerned. And so because Night Valiant's a little bit more willing to sacrifice his body for the cause, he's got hours that I think work quite well for people. Hey, Kodiak Samurai, long time no see. It's great to see you as always. How you doing? Actually, for those of you now, Kodiak, I don't think you've started streaming since I last talked with you. But I remember way back when, sort of when I was close to starting streaming, and also when this person who I just shouted out was close to streaming, Tuesday Gray was somebody who's streaming Dark Souls, and Kodiak really respectfully requested... Okay, so there's this weird thing on Twitch where some broadcasters want you to pretend that like no other channels exist, and I don't think that's the right attitude. There are there's the worry that people have of sort of self-promotion of the form of like, hey, what are you watching this jerk for? You know, so-and-so's, you know, streaming the same game. And it's like, okay, come, you know, let's be reasonable here. You know, I was wrapping up and Kodiak Samurai just really kindly sent a little message saying, it's like, hey, you know, the streamer I really like, they're starting out and they're doing Dark Souls. Would you mind giving them a host? And, yeah, I took a look at Tuesday Gray's definitely a very gifted broadcaster and somebody who I really, you know, just really enjoyed winding up watching. And, you know, Tuesday's since gone on to sort of gain a Twitch partnership. I think her current internet situation is not really conducive towards streaming. But these are the kinds of shout-outs that I like making as well, because if you don't follow them, it's very unlikely you're going to just sort of find them when, you know, when they do come back to broadcasting. If on the other hand I can say, hey, this is somebody who's pretty cool and you might want to check them out. I think actually one real claim to fame that Tuesday has is the co-casts for the Divinity Original Sin, like the Larian games. Divinity Original Sin 2 is probably the most recent of those examples. But that's where I know Kodiak Samurai from. And of course, in addition to being a very loyal and positive member of Tuesday's community, they're also somebody who I get a chance to see in my own channel, and I'm very happy to see them. Anyways, I'm busy singing yours and Tuesday's praises along with Night Valiant's. How have you been? Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, it's one of these things where it's like Eyes of Sin. You know, Eyes of Sin is somebody who I'm very fond of, and, you know, I think they do a good job casting whenever they do. They actually did a stream with a comic and sort of YouTube artist that they're very fond of, and it was a little more of a podcast format. I think they had it sort of sprung on them in the last second, so it, like, there's some... If the request was for feedback, I'm really not sure why they're not bringing that last isotope. We'll see if we can force the issue, because like we're in the work cycle now. We're probably not going to be able to pay our workers. I mean, I could trade influence for money, but I want to trade that influence for, you know, for expansion. Oh, that's great. Do you? Is it something you're able to talk about, or is it just is it currently hush hush or in the air, or something that we don't want to jinx? I've been doing some job applications lately, but I'm not making the plunge, and I'm running into the difficulty of realizing that as incredibly unhappy as I am, and definitely feeling unappreciated in my existing role. Like, not to sound too sorry for myself, but my current workplace really is a bust given my skill set. I've been looking at other alternatives, but I am sort of finding the difficulty of navigating between the benefits that I get from that workplace relative to what I would get from my alternatives, because my alternatives are gaming, which would interest me very much, but is obviously not the place one goes for security. And I'm learning that there's not, like, probably what I would be doing for is not exactly in the pay like, so in my current workplace, if they could actually make me do the stuff I'm good at, I would probably have a bit of a higher level. And what I'd potentially be looking at in a gaming job would be more or less the same pay level as I have, but of course none of the other benefits. On the other hand, potentially more satisfying work. So, you know, I don't have a job offer yet anyway, but there's that whole, like, there's that whole balance I'm trying to strike. Not hush hush, you're finally moving into a role in your current place that you've been suggesting for 1.5 years, building strategic pricing and analytics group. That is fantastic. Congratulations on that. I know what it is like to have to sort of sit on really cool plans for a long time, waiting for people to sort of, I don't know if realize them is the right term, or just kind of give them the time that they're due. But I'm really happy to hear that that's happening for you. Great work. Yeah, let's grab some more fuel storage. Oh wow, it's so soon. I really don't know what's going on with the factory here. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel this for now just so the people can work their jobs. And then we'll do the upgrade. We'll do the upgrade during leisure. We'll probably still wind up hit by the... Oh yeah, we're already in leisure, so we went bust. All right. I should have done that earlier. That's great. Yeah, I'm happy for it. I mean, it's also encouraging for me just because I have noticed I am actually more risk averse than I would normally sort of think. I mean, that's fine. Like, again, it's just the knowledge of that is probably the most important factor. Whether you're, you know, risk averse or elation seeking, I suppose, is the alternative. To me, I think it's a little less important as to where you fall in it, so much as you're just able to identify in yourself that you have one or the other tendency. But sort of now that I sort of know my own little journey, let's say, with regards to my current position, sort of hearing about you taking a risk and hearing about it pay off is just one of these things that makes me say, it's like, you know what, I should probably be a little more open to some changes or some differences. But we'll see. I mean, again, like I said, I don't have any offers right now. I've just got sort of an encouraging set of interviews, and we'll see if anything comes of it. So I did a pretty good job cleaning stuff up. Finally get a couple of maintenance jobs. Oh, actually, this is probably a tier 3. So basically, I've been spinning my wheels for the last little while, just kind of waiting for some of these improvements to happen. The threat meter's been slowly growing. I really don't know what's going on with this factory. It's to a point where, you know, I might just say, screw it. Let's just build a residential area instead or something. The hope was going to be to build a residential area and then expand the factory into pure offices or something. Actually, one thing I can do is we can upgrade the energy pylons. Are any of those interviews might bring you back to the correct coast? One of them, unfortunately, I also have really not heard. So, actually, I don't mind who's saying who it was. So, I'd love to work for EA, and I got a, you know, it's not us, it's you rejection message. They're nice about it. It's like, you know, this doesn't stop you from applying, but like not even like a screening interview. It's like, we're not considering you, kind of a response. And then out of nowhere, I got an email from a recruiter at EA, and you know, they you know, I said, is like, look, I don't want to sound too mercenary about this, but do you mind if you tell me what position this is for? Because I actually got an email saying that you're not moving forward with my application. Like, I'm over the moon that you want to talk to me, but like, can we just, you know, I'd really like to make sure that I'm we're on the same page about as to like what this is for and whether or not this is you're talking to the right person, basically. And they verified, yeah, that's you are the chosen one. So I did the interview, and the thing about it is that like I've had a couple of interviews where I'm like, I nailed that, and like, I feel good that I nailed that. Sadly, that interview was not one of those interviews. I really feel like there's a lot of stuff that I could have done better on that. So I'm genuinely unsure where I stand on it, and as a result, like EA is an interesting one because it would have been for Respawn. So Apex is currently developed in Vancouver. I think their data analytics team is actually based in California, but I also know that they're working remotely right now. And that's kind of opened up all sorts of possibilities. The other one is Montreal based, so it's actually moving me further from the Pacific time zone, which I'll admit I'm not crazy about. I also know taxes are a little bit higher in Quebec, so it'd be nice. All right, why are there 14 idle people and construction not happening? So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to manually assign people to each of these jobs. I probably should have taken them off the prioritized. Okay, where's the other priority now? See, this is probably what messed it up. That there's a prioritized task somewhere on the... oh, wait, no. Here we go. Okay, so let's see if forcing that will push us there. But yeah, I'm not the thing that's actually really nice. So a lot of this has its origins in somebody getting me in touch with Respawn's one of their data managers. I had a really good chat with him, and one of his suggestions was like, well, you should probably just do a bunch of applications and not even necessarily for ones that you like want. But like the last thing you want to do is have, your application for a dream job be the first time that you have to like do a technical interview. And I completely agree, because there was a perfect job for me. And I really can't talk about it. But it was across all of my individual interests as well as my technical skills, there could not have been a better fit. What I'm going to do here, I'm actually just going to save, and I'm going to see if that will help get my employees behaving again. I think what I'll start by doing is seeing where all the workers are. Okay, there's a bunch standing here. I mean, at least everything's clean. Oh man, yeah, they're all locked up. Okay. So that's kind of interesting to see those numbers shift now that... Okay, so let's cancel. But anyway, so there was a technical interview component. First time I've ever done a technical interview. And I like stuff that is like wrote for me. I totally bombed it. Like I just choked up lost my head. Really just did not do well. And sure enough, I got the, thank you, we're not pursuing your application any further messages. And I'm like, yeah, I probably could have told you that. I'm like, that's a real shame. I let myself down there. But again, it's a chance to learn. So having had that experience, where are these tier 3s out of curiosity? Maybe that'll help me diagnose this. Oh, this is interesting. So where are all these tier 3 isotopes being stored? I bet you that's the cause, that they think that there's tier 3 isotopes, but there actually aren't any. Okay. Clearly this is something I need to do a bug report for. So what I'll do as a stopgap. There used to be a thing that would sort of reset the quantities, but that doesn't actually seem to be a thing anymore. So we'll build another storage. You know what? Behold the storage floor. But yeah, anyways, definitely advice that I agree with and took to heart, and I've done a couple of that's kind of where these job applications have come from. Okay, so we're a bit behind. I'm going to turn off the mineral. So we're going to focus on isotopes for a little while, just because I am probably further behind on some of these quantities than I thought. We'll leave the rest alone. And it probably wouldn't hurt to start extracting some of these ruins. Even if they're just one isotope. At this point, some inputs that I can turn into some high value ones would be nice. And then we can take some off the ground. But yeah, for the next little while, I think we're just going to have to accept that I'm going to be running... Olaf, thank you very much for the host! I think I'm just going to have to accept that I'm going to be running a bit short on resources. Yep, that seemed to fix it. I should have taken the number so I could report it in the Discord. Okay, nope, that's good to know though. So again, just for those of you who are interested in this sort of stuff, what seems to have happened here is I am being reported as having 13 tier 3 isotopes. Now the nice thing about having this relatively small base is I can actually see where everything is. So, you know, no isotopes here, no isotopes here. These are 12 tier 2. You know, these are 10 tier 1. These are for the tier 2, so eventually people will be moving these over. And then if I move over to headquarters, we got a similar story going here, right? There's no isotope 3s. And while it's possible that a couple of the buildings might sort of have them stored internally, essentially, I think something has happened to knock these two things aren't talking to each other anymore. So essentially, my workers are behaving as if there are 13 tier 3 isotopes in the world. But when they go to try and pick up an isotope, they don't have anything to fulfill, which is why they were all standing around, even though they were high priority jobs. So, shame on me for not finding that a little bit earlier. I could have. I've obviously set myself up for a little bit of frustration doing that. But we do have our factory back open, so we can start bringing in bodies. And for starters, let's just use all those tier 2 minerals to get my work from home setup down. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I doing this? Witness the power of... Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I need 30 seconds. Okay, no, we can work with that. So I need 8 more of these minerals. I'm actually going to leave you all with the wonderful soundtrack for a little bit, because I could really stand to get that beverage I was planning on making before the stream. I'm not going to like pause the game or anything like that. I'm just going to let it run, because I'm just right now I just need to put the kettle on, and we'll be back to talk about either game things or life things, depending on what you all want to talk about. Also, I still need to figure out what I'm doing after work. Probably do boyfriend time. Something for me to think about after I get home. So I'll have another brief absence when the kettle boils, but... The only thing is, this is going to be a bit weird in terms of trying to... when trying to... Like, I'm gonna have to really work and see... Well, I guess I maybe just subtract by 99. Probably the most sensible way for me to handle that. Okay, anyways, let's do some of the stuff I wanted to do. Let's get that command center down. Now, if I want the command center down, I'm also going to have to upgrade the energy pylon. Sorry, I have almonds too. We'll wait for the shift to turn over before I do the energy pylon upgrade, but that's only going to require the 9, so we should be fine. How are we doing for the tier 2 minerals? 5 more to go. It is debatable whether or not it's worth actually taking the time to like get up enough tier 2s, but I don't know, I'm not necessarily in a rush to see that second floor built. We are still producing, we're still earning each day. If I wanted to stiff my workers, I could actually just buy up the mine or something. So again, the plan on this one is really just to get a command center down so that I can get this ruins and then eventually claim this ruin monument. So this is just giving it a leg up. There's consequences for that if like my power grid goes down or one of the bits in the chain. Like this is one of the riskier ways to build command centers, because in the end you are relying on your infrastructure to sort of work the way that you have built it. And you have rebels that come in and destroy that infrastructure. This is even more precarious because I've decided not to build turrets. For now, at least. I mean, we only have 2 rebel camps, right? So it's not the biggest threat in the world. But I don't know. It's a risk I'm willing to take. I think in this case here, I'm a little constrained. This map is one that's very water heavy. From what I understand, there's actually plans for stuff that will happen with water. So, I believe you will have the option of polluting the water, but there will be a food resource, I think, that you can get from the water, I think was the idea. Please don't take that as, like, gospel. Obviously, I don't know anything that has not already been made available to everybody else about the game, but I listen. Oh, that's inconvenient. What the hell do I do about this? It would have to be here. And I'll probably just upgrade it by 1. Okay, kettle's boiling. I'll be back in a second. My bad. That was something that sounded like a boiling kettle. We just need one more tier 2 mineral, and then we'll be able to build our work from home floor. Alright, that's a boiling kettle. See you in a second. Okay, it's raining like in the game. My tea is steeping. I am wrapped up in a blanket. Perfect mood for a cyberpunk game. So we gotta wait for work to finish before we try upgrading this energy pylon. I should upgrade this one first because it doesn't really make that much sense to upgrade one that I might demolish a little bit later. I am also going to want to move this energy plant. But again, I got to decide where I want to move it to. And clearly, I have been mismanaging my workforce. So let's clear out the last isotope patch. And I'm going to start clearing out these minerals. And this is less about getting the most minerals that I can and more about just getting something that will be good for housing, you know, creating like housing and office spaces and whatnot. More importantly, we are now ready to build the work from home pattern. That's a thing of beauty. No worker shortfalls anymore. So another question I would like to figure out at some point is whether or not this mine can reach the mineral node. It might. I really don't think I want to blow up the advanced tank for it, but possibly the ruins? I don't know, that's pretty far though. We'll see. Thing about this ruin is... Oh wait, no, this one's just fuel storage. I think this one's energy and fuel, so this is not one I want to give up. Oh yeah, and we're on leisure time, so you may now upgrade. We're also running out of waste. So one of the reasons why I've held off on building the smokestack is just if I can get that extra range from the command center, that just means that there's even less pollution for me to worry about from the smokestack. It is a big if though, right? Like I'm really testing the limits of what I can store. Like it's a cool trick that we did here, but like we're kind of at the limit. Actually, you know what? There is one more thing that I can do here. I feel kind of dirty doing it, but like this is all stored. This is stored, right? There's nothing else coming into it. So now we actually can afford to start locking these out, and we'll just slowly add one like each time. As these things get completely filled up, we'll just slowly add more and more storage. Does anybody here... I mean, there's Cyberpunk fans in the chat. Who here has read Snow Crash? Because this is kind of a Snow Crash idea. I'm sure somebody else has had this horrible idea too, but it's... So this might hit our energy. We'll see. But again, we're only linking up the command center so that we can move it to this ruins. It's alive. So we'll take advantage of the intelligence while we can. By the way, one thing I really like about this game is how they just turned Danny Baranowski's music off. No. It's gonna... Definitely not... The words are actually true, but they're not true for the way that you probably think they are. The thing that I really like is that the game is, I guess, for lack of a better term, confident enough in the soundtrack that it does not feel the need to constantly bombard you with it. This may also change. This might be a decision that was made because there might be additional tracks that are added to the soundtrack over time. I don't know what the plans are. So it might just be that, you know, they don't want you getting worn out in terms of the soundtrack. But it is actually kind of neat to just have these little periods of rest. So then, you know, when this moment comes in, this is a really good track that's coming up. You get that moment where you're like, oh yeah, it's starting up again, and you, like, you know, you have kind of the peaks and valleys instead of just kind of having the, you know, the constant. Again, it's a great soundtrack, but I like it because it is not. I don't take it for granted. It's not necessarily always there. I mean, I think if you want it to be constantly there, you just like load up another one in the queue. But I also think there's an achievement, if I'm not mistaken, for listening to every track in the soundtrack. Excuse me. Locked. 1,000 citizens at the same time? Oh man. I'm gonna have to try that at some point. I can't imagine myself ever Yeah, here we go. Titan Radio Connoisseur. Hear every track on the soundtrack. So what are some of the ones we've got coming up? Haste makes waste, generate 10,000 waste lifetime, rebuild, die, repeat 3, rebuild 50 buildings, show me the money, gain 2.5 million credits, prepare for launch, launch 50 ships lifetime. So a lot of lifetime achievements coming up. I'm missing 10, so fully staffed, definitely is going to take a while. I want it that way. I'm actually surprised because I know I found something about the seeds for the map that the map generator, which I think is it not work? Like, I don't know if it's still not working the way it was intended, but when I tried it originally, it wasn't working. So, but that might have been before achievements. I can't remember exactly when. And then, better late than never. Launch your only ship while your HQ is under attack. I kind of want to try that. A minor setback. Have a city with 50 destroyed buildings at one time. Oh god, there's some really good good titles in these. All right. So, as happy as I am to see these, this really messes with my plans for building like a little factory area here. I think I can still make it work. It's just going to be complicated. So what have we got? Better sensor range. This is a really big one. 9 fuel, 12 energy. It's basically another one of these. Well, slightly worse than this one, but... And fuel storage. I mean, again, if I want, I can extract these things, but like this one's okay for the artifacts, but it's also the most valuable of the inert ruins. The one that only stores fuel, like, do I really want to give up a free 8.2, well, not free, but like, you know, for a few artifacts, like, do I really want to give up that fuel storage? I don't really think that's a good deal, so we'll work it out. Basically what's going to happen here is we're going to take out this command center almost immediately. I'm going to have to make a decision as to whether or not I want to upgrade this energy pylon right now. I probably shouldn't. Well, let's think about it. So if I... So put a command center down here. We'll dismantle this one. I could put... Okay, fuel turbine here. The mining operation doesn't actually need to be connected to a road. So mining... Well, then it doesn't matter because I can put the factory and the storage wherever I want. So yeah, this'll still work. In fact, probably I can put the mining like this. And that makes more sense because I'm pushing the pollution a little bit further away. Again, I can't be completely idle on the command center just because I do ultimately want to upgrade it and push that smokestack as far away as I can. I might even stick the smokestack here, although I think the drawback with that is I can't double it up.
And we are going to need to deal with the rebel threat in a little. We haven't actually invested a lot in our ships, but as you might might notice from my factories, I have a couple of other priorities right now. What I am going to do, though, is I think the time has come for me to come up with a couple of proper production lines. So we'll dismantle this one. This is going to take a little bit of effort to get going, but I'm confident we'll see it through. So really here I'm just waiting for this module to dig that with a mineral, didn't they? Nuts! Okay, at this point I'm just kind of redesigning my, well, you'll see the name for it when it's ready to go. Again, this is going to kill my energy, but we'll have a way or two around that. So we could basically kiss goodbye any isotope refining at this point, but that's fine. We're going to work our way through that. Oh, I messed up. So basically this is going to eat more employees, but you'll also notice that we're at a point where we have a lot of idle employees. So now we're making 2 proper production lines for refining. However, I do also want to turn off these components for the time being because they're not quite ready for prime time. And they are going to be... Oh, we are actually already suffering brownouts. Okay, I can work with that. Oh no, I can't because I already used up that 3rd floor in the factory. Damn. Okay. Aha! Okay, so this is a perfect example of where I think if I turn this one off. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta upgrade. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I didn't exactly plan this properly, but I think we can still make it work. Okay, this conversion capsule is ready to go. wait for this thing to finish processing. Eventually going to need to put down some relays. What I am curious about, though, is can I get away... No, basically I can't get away. Or, hang on. It's a little hard to parse... Oh no, there'd be a linking line if there was. Okay. Yeah, so I think we just do a relay here and a relay here. Oh, nope, that's not right. I want to claim some tier 2 minerals, so... This one's ready to go now. The other thing I need to remember is that I am going to need the energy for my fleet pretty soon. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with where this is at right now, although I should at the very least be processing the existing resources that I have. Well, before I do that... Let's at least get the ship in the sky, and then we can turn off the shipyard and... Oh, here we go. Command Center 2's up, so we can dismantle the old one. We don't have employees on it, do we? Nope. Perhaps we should make sure that we actually have a crew on the ship before we send it off to war. Okay. So I've been avoiding this for a while, but I mean at this point I really do need to decide where I'm going to put my power. So mining here, road goes through here. Oh man. Okay, nope, I see this still working. So what I want to do is basically allow myself the possibility of... sorry, let me just... load up the ship. So basically I want to make sure that I still allow myself a road sort of through the important areas, and this is pretty... Actually, you know what? There is no way that I can access this by road, so this is absolutely pointless to try. Well, no, I think it still makes sense to try and put a road through here. We have the money for it, so let's actually get our transport hub ready to go. Again, our shortfalls are not in the base resources, so I don't want to spend too much time working those. Yeah, we're ready to go. We're not going for the launch your last your only ship when headquarters is under attack. We'll save that for another day when we're braver. I don't really want to... I don't want to pillage my existing Zethane over here, so... Okay, so we'll stick another fuel turbine in the area, and this is where a mine goes, this is where a factory goes, so where does the storage go? Storage probably goes somewhere here. And then there's the question, like, where do I put the transport building? But that's a whole other question. Here's an interesting idea. What if I tried putting a big... Okay, actually, yeah, there is one thing I want to do with this mine. So we might short our employees. Oh, really? Nuts! Okay. Minerals are actually going to be hard to get our hands on. Nuts. Switch to these tier 2s. So we'll have a fuel shortage, but we've got a big big fuel storage. Okay. So one of the things I also need to keep in mind is that I still need stuff to hook up to the grid, so I can't just stick it anywhere. Wait, I think I said I was going to put the mine here. If I put the mine here, and the road goes like this. It's a tricky road problem. I think what I'm actually going to wind up doing, I'm going to kick the can down the road. I'm actually going to put the transport hub here in the ruins. That creates its own problems, because if I want to put a road sort of through here, I need to do another command center. But I'll save that for another time. As factories goes, this is actually a pretty good location for things. That's right, I gotta put an energy pylon down if I want to do that. Okay. Theoretically, I can afford this.
Salvage complete. Extraction complete.
So I'll either need to rebuild this, or I will need to build a command center to get the extra tiles, but...
Salvage complete.
I can see both of those things happening, so I'm not too worried about it. Never did find a crevice to park this thing over. We really are getting to the limits of what our waste storage is going to tolerate. That's fine. We'll basically be ready to go in a little while. The thing I'm more agonizing about is just the best place to put the power plant. So they get the end of the shipyard works just as well for now. So also gives me some minerals to work with. And again, if I just take a look at the work information, see, this still technically counts as desirable. So, well, we've already claimed it, so that's not really going to change much. These maybe, because it's going to be beside a road. I prefer this, so we'll see where we're sitting after a few rounds. We do need to get this battery like up and running at some point. Maybe what I'll do, I'll turn off the leisure center just so we could charge some batteries. Sorry, leisure center. So like nobody's gonna have a home to sleep in, but we'll make sure that it's powered next time we're ready to send them to work. And again, I'm gonna speed things up a little bit. Mostly just so I can get that influence. Also, if I want to... I should probably actually get a proper economy running. Actually, you know what? We're making enough of a surplus here that I think we can probably afford to have all of this on. Seeing those numbers jump, though, makes me... we should bring our people back home and get ready. We can afford to turn off this command center for now. So again, this is just going to be one energy plant. I am going to need to get the second ruins down as well. And then, you know, at some point I'm going to need to find a pylon, but that's probably not as difficult.
Founder, it looks like Gorak's back. These rebels are pretty persistent.
As long as you still serve the Council, I will keep coming back. Our cause is worthy. We'll never give up.
Alright, let's turn on the guns. Where are... Oh, two of them. Hammer time. We don't have the money to bury the city if it comes to that. Okay. Honestly, just hit him straight in the lasers. Ah, nuts. So I think I need to go dancing around trying to take out the crew members. Okay, that's one gone. That lucky... It's only the smartest people can play this game, Night Valley. But you should be fine. Okay, what are we looking at? Holy crap! No, can that thing not get repaired? Oh, this is no good. Oh no! I can't target the ship. This thing's totally gonna die before I can... Okay. You can save the grid, my friends. Let's see the moment of truth. Although this thing might still get... this thing may still fall to the collateral damage. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get a little sneaky here. Normally they don't go back to attacking the same building. They're totally gonna blow this up. No! Okay. Alright. We might be able to kite him. I think that's as far as we're gonna get, but that might be enough. I was really asleep at the switch during that, but that's fine. Okay, so we're just gonna let that thing run. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna let this run in the background. I want to find an image. Would anybody like to hum the combat music? Well, Wait, really? This is a GIF. This used to be so easy to find. And now the world has turned all my favorite GIFs into not GIFs. There we go. Hopefully, when we see this thing survive... Let me see if I can add it to the... Oh, nuts. I wonder what made it not activate... Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I'm going to hold off one more second on here. It'll be worth it. I just hope it doesn't give it away. When I add it to the scene. Okay, this is weird. All right. Watch this tank. Why is it so polluted over here? Oh, that's this thing. Never mind. It's actually still looks kind of close. Ah, I ruined it. We saved the ruin. Let's relegate that to the corner. It just feels wrong not to have them facing each other. Okay, I don't have nearly enough minerals to consider paving Titan, so we're just going to leave that be. I should have turned on the factory ages ago. And activate those runes again. This is another thing I'm going to need to defend now, so that's a little hair-raising. And I'm glad that we can apparently repair these things. I was a little worried. I think it was just because of how recently it was attacked, but man, that was a little spooky. I also have room for 4 more citizens when the time comes. This is upsetting that they're not working here now. Ah. That's embarrassing. We are actually stretched pretty thin, so let's turn off the second of the employee modules for now. I'm not going to need to manually assign someone, am I? Alright, the council seems interested in this strange ruin. Build a monument center on top of the ruin to research it and increase your maximum influence capacity. Grants 4 influence per minute while the building is online. Extra 100 maximum influence, minus 24 for an energy cost, and it does require an employee. Okay, I think I know roughly what the next little bit's gonna look like. So we need to get our minerals up to a point where we're able to build that power plant. I've got 13 idle employees. Oh, because the waste is full, of course. Well... Okay, there's really no excuse for this thing to be idle now. I think I'm just going to accept that something's happened to this. I'll dismantle them and remantle them, if that's a word. Oh! The processor wasn't on. That's why somebody wasn't working it. I'm a dummy. Okay, there's a lot to do once this thing falls.
You got lucky this time. Next time, I'll turn the tide against you. Believe me.
It's a poor fighter who blames his failures on luck. But we all know the rebels have no integrity. Good work, Founder. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit like how I started today. This is kind of this chance for me to really get stuff sort of built and bring us to the next plateau. This waste is going to be a liability soon, so we'll add 3 more waste receptacles. And I do actually need to get serious about the smokestack. If I can get this thing up to level 3, that'd be great, but I really don't know if I have the tier 3 to cover it. Well, you know what? That's fine. We will definitely have enough from the level 1s. I hope you got to see the. I've got a new GIF for when I do an appropriately smart tactical thing, Night Valiant. I hope you got to see it, but if you didn't, I will happily put it back on. Yeah, so this is no good. We're giving up too much. We have too many things turned off.
Device complete.
Oh wait, no, we'll be fine. I think that's still drawing power while it's being upgraded, so that's why I wanted to change that one. Most of this is going to get fixed once we're at 200 minerals. Okay, we're ready to turn you off as well. I don't really want to turn off the factory. Yeah, you know what? We'll let nature take its course at this point. Oh, I am actually rather surprised we were able to upgrade that. Lucky me. So once the energy plant is properly up and running, so this is the first part of it. The second part's going to be moving this one over here. I'm going to... I'll turn this thing on. And then we're going to figure out where we can put the smokestack. In practice, really building the smokestack anywhere past the mine is fine, because the mine's going to be generating its own pollution, right? But, you know, if I can... Actually, you know what? The best bet's probably here, because I can't build a road anyway. I guess it just depends whether or not the command center reaches that far. It's leisure, so we can find out. Oh, brilliant. All right. And we get to dig up some artifacts, so we're going to be on our way to getting our science building as well. Although I did just pull our efforts behind on that. I do actually need the minerals. I don't even imagine how I'm going to get power there, but... Well, I think I know how I'm going to get power there. So, our artifact project's going to be on hold for a little bit. I think what I might want to do, actually, is get the... I probably want to get the monument first. That way I get the influence to be able to sort of build up the rest of the... Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to have our energy plants up, we're going to combine them, we're going to dismantle this one. We'll wait for 50 influence, we'll build the ruin monument. We should have enough energy to handle that. If not, I'll just build a second batch of plants. That should basically, that should keep us sort of powered and ready to go for the, you know, the bulk of what we want to do. It does also mean we finally get to build the smokestack. I could actually probably start making that. No, we should do the energy plant first. I don't think I want to mess with the placement of the energy pylon right now, so I think I'll just build a second one. Yeah, I have to double up the smokestack, but that'll be fine. I should have actually built it here first, but... yeah, I should also explore the rest of the ruins. When I have some more minerals to show for it, I'll start... I'm actually going to start by building a road that kind of goes out and around like this to the smokestack. I'll also eventually build it out here so that we can deal with the mine and then sort of all the associated activity around it, so we'll have a factory for isotopes. We might even run a road by this factory over here. But that's like way out in the future. Again, I do want to get a worker focused on some tech stuff sooner rather than later. And given the current demands on our ships and such, it wouldn't hurt to have something a little stronger, or at the very least another ship to deal with, any rebels that show up. Although again, the hope here is that we'll have a factory that's up and running and producing enough minerals to be able to feed that war effort. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we're still early in the counter to sort of leave that aside as a future problem. We're getting close to our waste limit again. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to build the energy plant before that becomes a problem. And again, just because this garbage is becoming an issue here, I am gonna take out these ruins before I build the next thing. I think we would have been draining. Alright, that's inconvenient, but I think we'll be able to handle it. Actually, with that in mind. We don't need the ship right now. We don't need to build a ship, so we will get rid of the crew and we'll take the power from having the shipyard off. Wow, alright. I hate wasting like this, but... So one of the reasons I want to get the artifact out of this is not just because artifacts are scarce, but because it's not going to leave any waste, which means I'm going to be able to build the smokestack right away. It's draining all my batteries. I guess it's the factory. Well, that and I don't have any power. That might have something to do with it.
Survey complete.
Okay, good news. Put down the smokestack. It's going to be facing out this way because that's where the road's going to be coming from. How are we on our tier 2 minerals? We're actually doing pretty well on that, so I will build the next phase in the... Ooh, yeah, that's actually kind of important I build that. I don't really need the extra strain on the grid right now, so this is all going to get turned off, but... Got to turn this back on. But yeah, we're doing fine energy-wise now. Can actually afford to turn on the shipyard if I was so inclined. Oh wow, that actually almost pushes us over the edge. Good to know. So this is basically what I've been building to the whole time. So this is the, if I'm brutally honest about this design now, there's a couple things I don't like about it from a starting point of view, which is, by the time that you've actually gotten to the point where you are using this much capacity, you probably already have a couple of mines, and it makes more sense to just have the hyper-specialized version, where instead of a mineral and an isotope line, you've got something purely dedicated to minerals and isotope. I have had a run where I've had a sort of 3-stack of factories with this line. So basically it's a total of 4. So for each floor, it's a total of 4 tier 1 to tier 2 processors and 2 tier 2 to tier 3 processors. So that would mean in total there would be 12 of the 1 to 2 and 6 of the 2 to 3. So needless to say, I don't have resource constraints on those particular levels. But well, I used to. Obviously, I haven't kept those saves. They're very old now. What was I trying to do here? Oh, first of all. Right, I wanted to build more waste storage. So there will be other ways around this, but for the time being, let's take advantage of the space that we have. Okay. Definitely put a body in there. I probably want to upgrade it as quickly as possible, but... whether or not I want to pave it is another question. And then as far as the power situation goes, we are currently sitting on... So it takes 24. The big problem I have right now is I don't have another source of Zethane. So this actually gives me another reason to want to try and fix my storage problems, because that'll give me extra parts of headquarters to be able to exploit for things like energy. But for the time being, what do I want to do? I've got 19 power, so I could build a science lab, although I'd have to alternate between the shipyard and the science lab going. A energy plant on its own would cost 12 fuel, so that's a non-starter. That's not entirely true, actually. I could probably try upgrading the fuel turbine, although I have a feeling Zethane-wise, if we're lucky, there's 32% left there. Okay, so my biggest constraint, looking long term, my biggest constraint right now is power. So we're going to turn on the shipyard really quick. We're going to go hunting for some Zethane. We will build the science building. I just, we've got, we need to build up our influence to get the ruin monument built. And again, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure where to put everything. But basically, while we generate our minerals and such, I can go hunting for treasure. Alright, that's encouraging. Alright, well, I think we know where our next expansion's going. That's... a Zethane Bonanza, we're not going to have to worry about power after that. Oh my god, okay, yeah. There's no real way to, like, connect all the roads, I don't think. Which I wonder if that's intentional or not. That's fine. As far as I'm concerned, we just don't put any industry down here. Oh, that's tasty. That's also a much more viable mineral node than what I'm currently considering. Although, it would be interesting if I just try, if I just avoid building mines altogether. But yeah, these are actually pretty attractive as well, because this obviously allows me to build a mining operation. This allows me to power it, and any of the surplus can head back to the home base. Okay, things are looking up there. We're 10 influence away from being able to claim the ruin monument, although we don't have the energy for it, so maybe that's not the smartest thing for me to build right now. On the other hand, let's see what happens if I upgrade the fuel turbine. If we can just eke out a little more power out of the existing resources, I can live with that. Really? Okay. I hate wasting higher level resources like that. So this is great for, for just different, different resource claims, but this is just an absolute dead zone as far as power is concerned. So heading south is definitely where we want to go. So obviously this area to the north, we saw that during the combat, but the thing is I just don't see how we bridge that gap. Even if we build command centers, like that is a pretty far way to go, whereas here, like, we already have a toehold. We could actually start somebody mining out that minerals patch to put down a command center right away. We're not going to because I want to claim the ruin monument, but... Over your lives! Is that actually? No, that's not the HQ. It's a shipyard, though. Okay, so that looks like a tier 2 turret if you look at the silhouette. Either way, we're definitely not powered enough for this thing. But again, one of the reasons why I went for a lower difficulty level is I'm able to take my time. I don't need to rush the rebel bases quite the way that I would have on hard. But we also don't want to ignore them. Okay, so we're at plus 19. So that'll give us another 12. Yeah, upgrading the energy plant is the right call here. You can take a little pressure off the grid by shutting down the factory for temporarily. I don't really want to get rid of the... I definitely want to keep the smokestack going, so... Although, speaking of... There's a very long way to go for all of this waste, so it's... to work things out, and we lucked into the location of the rebel base. So this is probably the first one I'll take out. I want to avoid taking damage if I can, but I would like to see what's going on. Oh, interesting. It's obviously nearby, but
Device complete.
don't bully me.
Device complete.
I'm really on the fence about my choice to do this, but I'm gonna give it a shot. So yeah, that is rather costly, but it's definitely going to be worth it in the long run. So I want to see whether or not, whether or not we can build that fuel turbine upgrade or not. If we can, excuse me, I would like to see... Well, first of all, I want to see what my realistic demands are on my power grid. So subtract 24 from that for the monument center. I gotta wait for the fuel turbine to actually be built before I Because the possibility is that we're still mismeasuring the number of tier 3 isotopes that we have. But yeah, so build a monument center just so that I can get the influence up. I can claim more tiles. Mine out those artifacts. Actually, it'd be particularly good if I could mine out that artifact anomaly, because that's something I actually need. Minerals-wise, I still have 244 that I can turn into tier 3, so like we are going to run into mineral shortfalls, but not immediately. Isotopes are another story, but you know, we seem to be doing all right. Okay, so we will build the monument. And then, yeah, I think I'm actually gonna sit on my hands for the influence. I think I am gonna wait till I'm up to 60, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from building the science lab once we have the capacity for it, obviously. Okay, so we've got mines down. I guess the question here would be, do I want to start building my residential stuff? We are a little fragile on the grid, so I'm not sure I'd be able to sustain those energy costs. Storage facilities, on the other hand, are going to help me out, just in terms of dealing with the waste. So I can't put any storage facilities related to waste on this side. I'd actually need to have things run out here. That's inconvenient, but that's also life, so... Okay, let's say... maybe... Okay, I'll do the conversion center just because that has other uses. I think the storage facility is the most likely. Also, I want to see this thing come up. Look at that fancy thing. Oh, but I gotta give it power. Oh, that's super inconvenient. I think the upgrade might work. It's gonna be a huge hit to our... Ugh, all right. Oh no! Not gonna hit it. You know, the upgrade still makes sense, because I'm going to need to cross things over here, but... Oh, man, all that effort, and it... Not enough. Alright. And we need another 12. Now's a good time to do this upgrade, actually. Assuming I have the isotopes for it, but let's pretend that I do. Okay, well, so much for that plan. What's our next step? Wait till we're at 60 to claim the artifacts. I do eventually want to pave my way to the smokestack, but I am going to need to clear out these ruins in the meantime. So, what do I... No, sorry. Really obvious step. Science lab. Where do I want to build it? Tuck it away in the corner by the storage. Especially because they go boom when they blow up. It's a perfect place to put a science lab. I really got to get those roads down, though. Oh, that's right. I lose the smokestack. Okay, well. We only have one more layer of that trick. Let's turn off the work from home setup just to put a little less strain on the grid. We've got the upgrades happening, but let's not tempt fate. Knew that was coming up. Okay, so I think this thing is eventually going to start kind of sucking everything out of the area. I might be able to give myself a little bit of wriggle room by like setting up a fan here, but I should be a bit suspicious about how sustainable this is long term. But for now, we're good power-wise. We can afford to turn everything on and kind of keep it running at max. In fact, even the transport hub, let's just waste all of it. Now, there is an interesting question as to whether or not I want to upgrade the smokestack. We are getting a higher number of... Like, we are dedicating a lot of our employees to full-time jobs. About half of our workforce is dedicated to it. Let's start by buying trucks. Because once we do finally get those things online, they're going to be really helpful. Let's also pencil in, so what would the plan be to get power here? Actually, it's not that hard. This makes the most sense here. Okay, so command center here, pylon here, and we just do one upgrade on the isotopes patch. I'd prefer to take the minerals patch if I can, but you know, resource acquisition should be one thing, positioning should be another. I don't need to... If I can do both in one, fine, but I shouldn't make that the deciding factor for whether I take a certain decision. So we're going to wait for 9 more influence so we can start extracting the anomalies. Then we'll wait for the 40 influence from the isotopes patch. And alright. Now we get to see the tech tree. So this is a really... So again, I'm only taking this based off of the introductory video, which has, for those of you who have ever encountered Maddie or Madeline from Brace Yourself Games, either on the Discord, on Twitter, or anything along those lines, I believe that was her voice on the video. I thought it was a really good description. But basically, we get to play this little game of, unlocking the tech through this little maze. I think this is a really interesting way of doing a tech tree. Now, the only thing I'm not 100% clear on is what these sorts of things, like exactly what this stuff gets us. I am most inclined towards doing either science or industry. I think for now, let's do science. Oh, it'll tell us. Okay, mine pollution minus 5%. Max employee limit 5. HQ range plus 1. And truck movement speed plus 10. Man, all of that looks really good. But I really do like the idea of more employees. So we'll unlock that with an artifact. Research it. And while that happens, so that's going to take us 5 minutes. We could add 2 hull. Oh, that's the reinforcement pillar. We could get another... Oh, that's a big one. Anti-pollution ionizer, citizen pollution resistance. That's really cool, although I think we would have to research around it. Spockman's HQ Plus. Okay, so what would the HQ Plus get me? Still wouldn't get me the toehold I need to extract minerals. Although it would cover this last area here. Man, this is a really cool idea for a tech tree. Oh man, we're already on the... I was really hoping we wouldn't be hitting that point. So, this is kind of my best bet right now for limiting the drain. I think this is going to be a long-standing problem, but for now, we wait to get our 40. So this is going to be a long wait. Not only are we going to be waiting on the isotopes patch, like to get the isotopes patch, we're going to be waiting on mining out the isotopes patch. But that's life. Like there's not a lot I can do about that. Okay, let's buy ourselves another truck. Do I want to try and pave this? And again, the answer is no, because I need to take out 4 buildings worth. Okay, these are pretty big ones. Although if I'd been thinking, I shouldn't have unlocked it this way. I should have got this node unlocked over here. So, my bad. Although I guess I couldn't have known until I unlocked that, so... Oh, actually, here's what that +1 HQ gives me. That finally gives me the path, the short path to the smokestack. That's definitely on the list. I suppose the question is, do I want to, at the cost of more employees? I don't think we're ready for that. I'm gonna try something here. I don't think this is a good idea overall. what I'm trying to do here is the old trick of letting the, I don't know, letting the Zethane rest. The thing is, I don't think the Zethane's going to replenish fast enough. At a fuel drain of 44, I'm pretty sure I'm just setting myself up for a situation where it takes me a very, very, very long time to replenish my reserves. And the consequence is going to be that I'm probably going to wind up in a situation where I go into a negative and I don't have another power generator to to kind of limit or to act as like a safety measure. I really don't have anything else to do, though. I think it's better I experiment with this now when I sort of have stuff that I can afford to turn off, rather than find out later on in the playthrough that I'm committed to it. I am curious if this gives you a notification that it's done. Okay, we're getting close, so... But yeah, honestly, at this point, I just need to be patient. How are we artifacts-wise? I gotta get this one first. This is kind of the linchpin for the whole future plans. Okay, so we saw the number come up, but there's no real notification that the research is done. So, we will do Spockman's HQ Plus. That's a 10-minute project. And again, we're gonna fast forward things just because there's not a whole lot for me to do right now other than watch me generate waste. I can trade with the council for the influence, but the biggest thing that they're going to want are artifacts, and I want to use those artifacts for research. Also, wouldn't hurt for me to buy the remaining buildings, I suppose. Yeah, maybe after the +1 HQ, we'll take some time to upgrade the science lab. We're doing okay for influence, or not influence, isotopes. I'm also kind of curious the rate at which we acquire these artifacts. Kind of walking in the movie late here. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? You apologize if this is previously covered ground. No. Lots of well-wishing, but no specifics on Thanksgiving. I didn't really do anything for Thanksgiving. It was more sort of me, just kind of recharging. I will confess, I was hoping to do a little bit more project-wise. One thing that I've been doing is I've been looking to get a bit more big data practice, and rather than try and get very large amounts of data and servers, I thought it would be a little more sensible for me to take existing small data problems and turn them into big data problems by running them on very small computers. So I've got like a stack of Raspberry Pis that I've been meaning to put together into a cluster. So I started that tonight. I got into a little bit of trouble on it. So I consulted an online guide, and unfortunately the online guide makes certain assumptions about how a Raspberry Pi sort of starts as a default, and I don't believe they had sort of a vanilla start. Actually, I've also noticed there's a couple of other guides on like Medium that completely plagiarize that guide, so I feel kind of bad for the author. But long story short, so if you know anything about these technologies like Hadoop and Spark, both have sort of Java as sort of these underlying or like dependencies. And I think it has something to do with my version of Java, but I'm not 100% sure. But one way or the other, like I got it working far enough that it seemed like it seemed like I had made progress, and then I like that. Then I actually tried to do something with the cluster, and it didn't turn out. So I could have got the isotope stack a lot earlier. For some reason, I thought it was 60, not 40. And you may have noticed that our territory was embiggened, so we are ready to buy another tech. But yeah, anyways, that long meandering story out of the way. It's sometimes nice to just have some time off and not have to do work, so I could have done worse. Okay. My biggest source of pollution is probably going to be coming from the trucks. That said, I'm actually going to do ticket books. Ah, nuts. I was taking a chance that I'd be able to access the ionizer. That didn't pay off. It's kind of neat to see the different tiers of technology as well. Okay, so definitely want to go down this path. Cool, another trade ticket. I can work with that. This is the new tech tree, by the way, if it wasn't apparent. And again, this is a really neat way of doing it. I think one thing I really like about it is how... So, I don't know if this is the intention behind it, but I think the one thing I really like about it is that it doesn't fall into that trap where, like, you have to think about one particular thing, and that one particular thing is always going to, like, lead you down this set of paths. Because if you look at the history of a lot of invention and a lot of science, it actually winds up taking some really weird paths. So here's one that you probably haven't ever really thought about, but in Hollywood, obviously a lot of people who were working in Hollywood during the Golden Age were also people who were war veterans. You know, there had been you know, 2 huge conflicts, right? And particularly for bombers, you had these turrets. So, you know, what's something you need to do on a bomber? Well, you need to defend it. You need to shoot the fighters that are coming to take the thing out of the sky. So you need to have a device that can sort of point a gun in a bunch of different, you know, different ways. You need to be able to respond to what's coming after you. It needs to be pretty good at, like, holding the aim, because there's absolutely no point in just throwing the ordnance out at the, you know, at random. Like, at that point, you might as well just save the weight and not, you know, not fire anything. You know, it's something of a, you know, something of a challenge. It's an interesting problem, let's say. Yeah, we're still okay for fuel. I do want to turn the turbine back on at some point. Anyways, so the reason why I'm telling this story is that one thing that happened was, after the war, you have a bunch of cameramen who are then coming back. Some of them having fought, some of them having seen this technology, and it does in fact turn out. I think if you read, I think it's John Alton, The 5 C's of Cinematography. It is not necessarily a book that will make you a good cinematographer. It is definitely... Oh no, sorry, Alton was painting with light. My apologies. 5 C's of Cinematography is still a... I think there's an updated version? I don't remember. Anyways, I was thinking of Painting with Light, John Alton. Anyways, like, so this is a story he tells. But, you know, obviously nobody would have said, you know, the innovation that produced, you know, turrets to help defend bombers. Nobody would have turned around and said, this is technology that will one day lead to, you know, advances in, you know, in camera techniques, despite the fact that obviously the amount of wealth that is produced by that invention, you know, it's quite substantial. Like, it's not like they wouldn't have shot the movies without it, but clearly there is a very large contribution that that particular insight produced. And then things like, you know, there's tons of military technology that have civilian applications. You know, I think microwaves would be another example of this. Oh, I'm screwing up. So I guess where I'm going with all of this is just to say, it's completely understandable why, in the context of a video game, you don't necessarily want to sort of put that as part of the rules. If anything, that's going to be frustrating. You know, like, I don't know about you, but like, I've never really like sat down and willed a good idea into existence. Like, sometimes I just go about my day and suddenly a good idea strikes me and it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's interesting. I should follow up on that, rather than, you know, yes, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to think really hard about this, and it's going to, you know, not only will I have this good idea, but here are the parameters that this good idea is going to have. And, you know, let's face it, invention is not like it's okay. So it's not completely random in sort of the popular sense. Like, it's not something where, you know, the Wright brothers didn't sit down thinking about aquariums and, you know, stumble upon the plane. It was definitely the product of a lot of hard work and a lot of practice, and basically not taking certain stuff for granted. So, for instance, the tables that some people were using for calculations that were kind of taken to be essentially, maybe not gospel, but like this was just the standard reference. Things weren't working out for them, so they questioned whether or not it was actually good to assume that those were that those tables were accurate. And sure enough, they weren't, and that gave the Wright brothers an edge. But basically, where I want to go with this is that I think, actually, one other anecdote I know is that in Civilization, the original plan had been for a randomized tech tree. So this is so interesting. Look at how the shadow of the ship's just moving ever so slightly. But yeah, so the original plan for the tech tree was not that, you know, you have the following, you know, paths that that science would follow no matter what. You know, if you research this tech, then you know that's going to unlock this other one, and so on and so forth. And I believe they found that people specifically wanted to research a given tech, and they didn't like the fact that it was mysterious as to where it would go, and that they actually wanted to make some specific decisions in terms of where it was going. So I think in Civilization 6 there is an option now for you to enable a special mode where you are able to have a randomized tech tree. But again, you know, the effort to try and produce something that's maybe a little more quote-unquote realistic wound up producing something that players didn't necessarily appreciate. And as a result, you know, we have the fairly famous tech tree from Civilization. So I think this tech tree is kind of neat in the sense that you have certain branches of inquiry, and it's not like you go down the council path, right? So I haven't committed to just constantly researching council things. However, it is also true that going down a particular path makes it more convenient to find other sort of side effects, right? This is kind of your next big idea as you're following a particular train of thought. And you have a choice, you know, do you put your resources towards following these other potential applications to this technology that you just researched? Or do you head back and do you consider other branches that maybe had previously been unexplored? And it's kind of interesting here. It looks like as I go deeper and deeper into the tree, it actually does seem that these bridges do get more expensive. So I kind of like this idea too, which is kind of the more you flog a particular idea, you have sort of these diminishing returns. There's an economist, Robert Gordon, who does a lot of work on productivity. He's got it is a work of economics, but it is also it's a popular press book. So it's a little bit like Thomas Piketty's Capital, or for other, so for physics, you've got Stephen Hawking's books, A Brief History of Time and The Universe in a Nutshell. These are works that sort of have found. Actually, I guess to a certain extent, also the closing of The American Mind sort of follows in that tradition as well. Although I know that's kind of been taken up by a certain type of reader who, they're just looking for a book to say, campuses are full of, trigger warnings, and isn't it so terrible? But the book itself is actually I have read it now. I found it actually somewhat tough to follow. Like that is a fairly broad book in terms of its in terms of the reference material that it draws from. It reminded me that I really need to get back on top of my smart person reading, because I definitely I've definitely fallen behind. And I mean, that book was, I think, written around the 70s or 80s, so there's obviously quite a bit more that's been added to the list of books that educated people read, apparently. Anyways, sorry, I'm really meandering on the point here. Gordon's account of... So basically there's a phenomenon that's been observed, which is sort of falling productivity. And it is an interesting and open question as to why. And there's a few different answers for it, and potentially some of these different answers might seem like the same answer depending on how you look at it. We are suffering from the problem I was talking about, which is it's all well and good for me to keep this fuel turbine down, but I'm not gaining fuel enough at a fast enough rate to make it worthwhile. What I am going to do, though, is that we've got plenty of battery capacity, so I'm actually going to turn off the batteries and let our fuel reserves kind of fill up. That way we can try and maintain. But Gordon sort of points out that if you consider innovations in the past and you consider innovations today, it's not that we are not doing improvements, but the type of improvement has changed, and there is a fairly strong argument. And again, this book, The End of American Growth, is probably quite a bit more it will state the argument better than how I'm going to say it here. But basically the idea is that you can compare the idea of like indoor plumbing. That's huge, right? That allows sort of a concentration of economic resources and an improvement of sort of well-being in a way that is probably very hard for us to appreciate now, because we just simply live with the benefits of this improvement. And there's only so many times that you can like do an improvement like that, right? The idea here is that, like indoor plumbing is something that is only invented once, and of the set of like really substantial changes, we found a lot of them. And that while, it's not to say that social media is meaningless, it's not to say a lot of our, a lot of the things that are happening with computers are, do not have productive uses, or that they're not adding to productivity, but they are not adding to sort of the same magnitude as this great flourishing that we had, and we've sort of based a lot of our expectations around. So I mean, to him, it's kind of a depressing conclusion, right? Which is to just say it's like, we need to rethink what our expectations are in terms of productivity growth over time, because we
are kidding ourselves if we think that we're able to sort of sustain the previous rate. And I mean, again, like it's a sort of thing that people will contest. You know, there's some people, it's like, oh, but what about AI? And I mean, Robert Gordon's a smart guy. Like, it's not like he sat down and said, oh God, you know, how could I have forgotten AI? Of course. No, like he thought of that as well. Again, but like in the end, it's still sort of saying, it's like, these are still not the same. Like you can even say with the internet, right? Or the idea of going to digitizing of documents. That's probably a really big change. That's probably a huge source of productivity. Although I think there was a famous, I think it was Robert Solow who said this, where it's, you know, the internet revolution is everywhere except in the productivity figures, or something to that effect. So even then, it's a little hard to say that it had the effect. There's another version of this which says that productivity is being mismeasured, which maybe it is, but I also remember reading a paper that was written around the time of stagflation. So this is like the 70s, I think, where there were essentially the United States and Canada was facing high unemployment but low inflation. And there had been this thought that there was sort of this relationship that, like they were, it's the idea of the Phillips curve, but the idea that you would have high inflation while also stagnation. This was both horrible and unexpected. And again, people are like, well, you know, maybe productivity is being mismeasured and it isn't as bad as it really seems. And it's like, no. It's like the answer to that one was basically OPEC. There's like a big oil shock, and it did a pretty good job of explaining the drop. Anyways, again, I gotta get to the point. I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, the idea of these diminishing returns. Again, diminishing returns is not limited to, they're not limited to technology. It's not limited to economics, but I just think it's a really neat way of sort of exploring this idea of your research efforts. And to me, it seems like this is a really, like it's a unique and it's a really interesting way of modeling some real life behaviors that I wouldn't normally see inside, you would normally see inside of a game like this. Oh yeah, Kodiak. I keep forgetting Kodiak Samurai is really educated in this stuff, so I really, like... it's like an expert is probably just taking furious notes to, like, send, you know... Here's how you misrepresented all of these people's views. Here's how you're wrong on these particular ideas. But I don't know if you've read any of Robert Gordon's stuff, Kodiak Samurai, but it's me. I've done... my stuff was more on prices, but like, prices and productivity kind of are hand in glove, so I kind of have to do them one and the same. Actually, there's a clip of me making a perfectly rational decision to buy trucks instead of pay my employees. Which I'm sure you as like... Okay, cool, yeah. I have a feeling that particular clip is a fun one for econ fans. It's been neat too. There's been a couple of viewers who are currently doing econ courses. So one of them's in an international macro course, and I really only did undergraduate for the most part. Like, there was a pretty heavy international component. That was clearly what the prof was doing. So we definitely did a lot more international trade than... Sorry, international macro. Yeah, macro is usually international. But no, an international trade. So I only did like a formal class in undergrad. And that one used the Krugman and Opsfeld textbook. I know there's a third author on the latest edition. I think it's Mellitz. But I also had Robert Feenstra's text,
for another class where, again, it was a macro class, but it was very clear that the prof sort of had a specialty in international trade, so that was clearly what most of the lessons were gonna reflect. And it was kind of neat because Robert Feenstra was one of the students for Erwin Dewart. He was the index guy that I know, and I used his textbook, and I actually have an old copy of his textbook. But that's apparently the textbook that at least one of the viewers is using. So what's kind of neat is I get these little refreshers. So like they'll say, it's like, oh, we're learning the gravity model now. And I'm like, I think I remember the gravity model. That's the one where like, you know, there's more trade for countries that are like geographically close to each other, right? But it's been years since I've looked at that stuff. Like international trade's not, I'm interested in it. I'm interested in tons of stuff, but it's, you know, especially when you have a job, like you kind of want to make sure that you're keeping on top of your little bit, rather than, you know, like I do my recreational reading, but my recreational reading is going to be a bit more like the Robert Gordon book, which is also intended for a popular audience. Like it's not like I'm going to sit down and read Econometrica over the weekend. That's a hard read. So you've wondered about this before. A lot of the projects you've worked on reduce the number of people needed to do a job. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. You've wondered if those missing people go on to do something better, or if they just end up unemployed and wealth consolidates inside the company. Okay, so here's the thing, and this is actually relevant because I've come from British Columbia. So, and actually, it's funny because I believe the Canadian Media Fund also, when you're applying, has this requirement as well. So one definition of productivity, and this is definitely one that can be mapped to the economic definition. Like when you're doing your equations, this is a fairly decent English mapping. You could say that basically you are getting the same sort of bundle of goods and services for either the if it's the same bundle of goods and services with fewer inputs, or alternatively you're using the same inputs and you're getting more, right? Like basically on a per input basis, you're producing more. Whether or not you decide to produce more, or whether you just sort of produce the same level but with fewer inputs, you know, that's probably going to be decided by a market, most likely. But basically, I think that is I would argue that is a reasonably intuitive definition of productivity, right? You're doing more with less. You know, I was able to get my work done, you know, with an hour less, and so I went home early, and I'm on a salary, so I am still making as much money. Now, when you keep that in mind, it is perhaps interesting to note that BC, in its history, had a policy that fisheries, particularly ones that received government support, should maximize maximize the number of jobs per fish, or something like that, which by that definition is a policy that lowers productivity. And it's like, well, that's all well and good, but maybe, you know, why is maximizing productivity necessarily a good thing? Like, my manager comes to me and says that I need to be more productive, and that just means that I need to work harder, and I don't like working harder. I would, you know, why do they need to, like, I don't get dividends. Screw them, right? And this is where it becomes interesting, because there's like the pat answer, well, not pat, but like there's the answer that you'll get from an econ class, but then there's actually an interesting thing that's been happening lately. So one of the reasons why it is desirable to see an increase in productivity, and this is generally at sort of like, we're talking macro scale here, right? Is that increases in productivity have been associated with increases in wages. So and just generally, you know, it's hard to come up with like measures of welfare. I know people try and do this with GDP, but that's not like GDP is not intended to measure how happy everyone is and stuff like that. But generally, like, there are both intuitive and sort of observed reasons as to why you can say that increases in productivity have been associated with increases in welfare. And, you know, instead of making the claim for welfare, let me just say that historically, increased productivity has corresponded to increases in wages. And I suppose the other thing that you can say too is that if you look at this over a historical period, so like there's data basically going back to the post World War II. It's not that, like, as productivity has been going up, you haven't, it's not like you've seen associated with this increase in productivity a steady increase with the unemployment rate. So at least historically, you can say that, you know, to your question, like, do people just wind up kicked to the curb and, you know, it's everybody who's left who's experiencing these gains? Well, I mean, by the definitions that are used, it's entirely possible that those people dropped out of the workforce, because, you know, you're not measured as unemployed if you're not looking for a job. But that's a pretty incredible statement when you start measuring over decades. But I was promising that there was a point where this gets interesting. And the interesting thing is that it is harder to argue. Like, it has been observed that the relationship between productivity and wage increases, that relationship isn't as strong as it used to be. And so you do have this potential phenomena where you're seeing, like people, people losing work. Like, again, the need for work decreasing, so either hours being cut or just straight up layoffs. And so, again, this is maybe working well for the owners. They're earning more or what have you. But the gains from that aren't necessarily being transmitted in a way that they maybe were before. I'll admit I haven't looked into this as deeply as I had in the past, so I don't know whether or not that was an observation which is no longer as critical, or it could be that this is still a thing going on. Because obviously there are concerns. Like, if we've built a set of expectations that you see wage increases associated with productivity increases, then we're really going to want to encourage that kind of improvement. And it's why things like that fisheries example, or in the case of the Canadian Media Fund, right? Like, they want to say, it's like, how many jobs are you creating with this role? Well, what that means is that potentially what you have is a game studio that has, a group of people who are all working minimum wage, and chances are, like, let's say that, obviously there's the issue in terms of gaming where some people are willing to, like, work for less to be able to follow that dream. But let's say that, like, if you're paying minimum wage, you are getting that quality of labor. What's potentially happening here is that instead of getting, like, a Kitfox or a Brace Yourself, I don't know if Brace Yourself has ever used CMF, but I know Kitfox definitely used Canadian Media Fund, as did. Here's some other games that Canadian Media Fund has funded. Outlast. I don't recall if Don't Starve has, but I do know some of Clay games in the past have received Canadian government funding. Dead by Daylight. So apparently really big on the horror games. What was another one? Possibly The Long Dark. I think the Darwin Project got that. We Happy Few. I can actually, at the end of the stream, I can bring up a list. But in any case, the danger that you run into with that is that you can have a bunch of people. You could say it's like we're employing like 50 people, but if it's all sort of low skill, the viability of that particular project might be quite different than, Brace Yourself or Red Barrels or, any of these other companies putting in an application and saying, we're a small team, we're going to produce, Industries of Titan 2 or, whatever. Crypt of the Necrodancer 2. Too Crypt, Too Dancy. Again, if you're trying to maximize the number of jobs, the one that employs 50 low-skilled games workers is going to look more attractive than one that is sort of continuing to support a very vibrant and I mean, let's face it, like if you guys go to the Brace Yourself website, you can take a look at their work environment. They've written about it, and it's really impressive. And Kitfox has a very low turnover in terms of. Sorry, I think turnover in Britain refers to the amount of money you're making. But like, there's not a lot of churn in terms of their employment. So these are places that are clearly very good to work, at least as revealed by their, by their employees' sort of revealed preferences. But again, if you want to be maximizing that job number, that doesn't necessarily look all that attractive because it's a relatively small game, even though it's being made by very high quality talent, and of course it's also more likely to make its money back. Which the CMF is not a grant; they do actually expect some kind of recruitment on their investment. So, I guess Glem. The one problem that I have here is that I don't actually have a direct answer for you because I think it is actually an open question in terms of research. You can sort of see how it can go both ways. In one sense, you have... I don't actually want to turn on this command center. On one sense, I can tell you this story about productivity and how it is associated. Like again, the one thing I don't want to do, like I know I play like the evil capitalist a lot when I'm playing Industries of Titan, and believe me, it is a very fun character to play. But I want to be really clear here. It sucks to have job uncertainty, right? There is absolutely nothing that is going to console you to find out that, well, in the long run, this is good for the country because, it's the same way that, like, it's really good to have free trade, but we probably shouldn't pretend that the people who are affected by it, local consumers that now pay the world price, or, people who rely... So, like, if you're a garment manufacturer and you sign a free trade deal with, like, Vietnam, well, you are probably going to need to think long and hard about how long you want to stay inside that industry. And, like, that sucks. That is something that creates a lot of anxiety. And, I mean, this is kind of where politics has a role, right? Like, economics will tell you what the gains from trade are. It doesn't really have a whole lot to say about the distribution of those gains. We do kind of as a society sort of need to decide exactly where we stand on that issue. Should the winners from trade compensate the losers? How do you do that? How do we distinguish that from just the natural, forming and closing of businesses and so on and so forth. But yeah, with that in mind, like, I don't take a fully grim view about the sort of thing that you're talking about, Glum, for the same reason that at my current job, like, I have got a process that took a week and everybody was really stressed out by because the existing programs were really poorly written. And, just like from my point of view, right, I'm showing up to work, I'm getting paid, so maybe I want a thing that takes, a really long time to
to produce, because I get familiar with the process, and then my bosses maybe don't know how much effort it takes, and so as a result I'm able to get away with with doing a little bit less. But in more practical terms, I don't think anybody wants to have like a really stressful production cycle or something like that. So I'm taking the time to build this this script that largely automates the process. Now, in one sense, you could say it's like, well, what you just did was, you made sure that a student that might have been hired now isn't hired because we needed somebody to do like the really drudgy kind of data work. And that's not happening now. I'm like, okay, fair enough. But what I've now done is that we have also freed up the time so that an analyst like myself, instead of spending this time like drudging through the data or taking the time to make sure that the student did it right or any of these other potential scenarios, what we've now got instead is the extra time with which we could do like a research paper. And that's kind of the hope. It's it's a little bit like if we were to say, like, let's turn the question around and ask about like a sweatshop. I could say it's like, well, we're thinking about getting some machines in here because, let's face it, this is really terrible work and human beings shouldn't be doing it. And I think it would be better if we just got machines that aren't going to feel the negative effects of, working in this environment to work on it. It's kind of hard to see a bunch of people sitting around and saying, oh no, but will somebody please think of the workers? Well, no, like obviously we want those workers to go into other things. And you can sort of see, again, at a macro level, with the adoption of this technology, with the adoption of these machines, you see technicians emerging. Now, does that mean the sweatshop laborers are going to be the technicians? That's a pretty open question. Obviously, there are government retraining programs that are specifically intended to deal with that kind of disruption. And my general view is that humans shouldn't do inhuman work. So, on that side, I'm team technological progress. But what we're also getting at is like why I find this subject so interesting, right? If we had all the answers, like if I would just go to a textbook and say, oh, look, well, Milton Friedman didn't write a textbook, but he'd write some books. It's like, look, Milton Friedman said this. So, Milton Friedman got a Nobel Prize. He's right. And then, somebody turns around. It's like, yeah, but Paul Samuelson really hated Milton Friedman, and he said this. So, and he also has a Nobel Prize. So deal with that. But like the thing is that these are really important questions. They're ones that kind of touch on all of our lives. And there's lots of unanswered questions. And the world changes, right? The world changes in responses to specific decisions that we make. And the world changes just sort of through, to use a cliche, the march of progress. So like my aunt refuses to use self-checkout machines. I don't refuse to use them. I avoid them because the number of people who think they can bag groceries quickly is... Okay, there's a much larger number of people who think they can actually do the job better than the people who are hired to do that job, than the people who actually do that job. I have found in general I get through a checkout faster if I have somebody do it for me. If there's like nobody at the self-checkout, I'll do the self-checkout because like I know how to get out of there quickly. But I've never actually been all that worried about self-checkouts. And again, like I've tried to explain this to my aunt. She's like, nope, I'm not costing someone their job. The thing is that as I'm going through the grocery store, I am seeing a lot of employees walking around with a lot of like baskets and like picking stuff off the shelves. And it's really clear, like I know what they're doing because my grocery store keeps like trying to get me into this program. They're trying to really promote online ordering. And so what's happening is that people, like maybe they, with self-checkout, maybe they aren't putting as many people as cashiers, but
it's not that those people are necessarily being fired, especially because like the grocery store I go to, like they have a bank and they've got like a, you know, like a glasses store and a pharmacy. Like they've got just about everything now. I'm sure there's lots of them like that in the States as well, but for Canadians, it's like it's Loblaws and Real Canadian Superstore and stuff like that. But in this particular case here, you know, with the advent of, you know, another self-service tool, which in this case would be sort of the mobile and the online ordering, what's happened is that the people who normally would have been at the cashiers aren't necessarily at the cashiers. They're walking around and doing like the picking and things like that, which I hope is maybe a better job. Like at least you're walking a lot more. Although again, you could say that about an Amazon warehouse worker and it's like, yeah, at least you're walking. I'm like, yeah, and my body is completely destroyed after doing that. So again, it's an unsatisfying answer because it isn't a definitive yes or no. But hopefully I've given you an idea of what some of the stakes are for that kind of a question. Obviously on Titan, and I do think we probably need to be wrapping up our time together. You know, there's a really easy answer here, which is that if you are not productive, if you're not productive enough in your existing job, you know, if you don't do this thing really well, or if I just break down these monetization stations and I have a surplus of citizens, well, that's fine. We've got another job for you, and that's to just, you know, remove your emotions and take out a few vital organs. And, you know, we'll just send the money to your family as you work out your stint as a worker. Actually, because they have added the Codex. These are the most tragic characters in Industries of Titan for me. So, conversion. A process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects, and not everyone is on board with conversion, but they usually change their minds after they've been through it themselves. The Council assures all who question the ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. Okay, I can't remember exactly. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business, so thank goodness for the conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. So I can't remember where I read this, but I think the idea would be, like, you can kind of see the employees as sort of like in the character, in the opening cinematic, you see that character who kind of, you know, designs a ship and sort of reaches the, you know, the top of Landfaller Society. And again, I'm still not sure if it's a dream, or if that is, you know, the image at the end of the character on the metro is, you know, just a recollection of where they came from. But for every story like that in Industries of Titan, you've got somebody who had those dreams and they wind up doing this job. And it's important to remember, like, so Saga Newspaper's been in the channel. You know there's a writer working on this. The writer is an intelligent individual. If you watch the Steam broadcast, you've been able to, you know, you've encountered them. You know what they're like. You know, you've been able to sort of see how they talk about things, how they think about things. And, you know, it's, any science fiction, you know, that's worth reading at least is more than just like crazy stuff you put together, right? It's, there are ideas that are being communicated, and particularly it's usually ideas that we find unpleasant to think about when somebody presents up. Like, if somebody comes up and says, you know, you should vote for my team, like, don't you care about people? Or, you know, and like everybody has this argument, right? So like, if you are more of a more conservative bent, you'll say it's like, look at this terrible debt that we're saddling future generations. We should never be allowed to do that. And then, you know, somebody of a more progressive bent, again, I'm speaking in modern politics. Obviously, conservation used to be a conservative position. But this is, again, like 70s and 80s kind of talking. It's kind of hard to say that that's necessarily true now. You know, now you have all essentially the same argument, right? The Greta Thunberg one, you know, we're the kids. We're mad that you're leaving us with this tremendous environmental debt. Like, how dare you? You'd think there'd be a consensus. It's the same argument, right? But clearly the tendency has been for people who care about deficits to apparently not care about the environment. Again, I apologize. I know I'm speaking in very, you know, in very stereotypical terms, and there's a point to it. Like, I'm gonna get back to the story point here, but you know, clearly when someone comes, like, actually I remember reading an econ textbook in a Starbucks. This is when I was an undergrad. Somebody asked, well, what you reading? I'm like, oh, it's, you know, it's just a textbook. I'm like, well, what class is it for? It's like economics. Like, oh, is that your major? I'm like, yeah. It's like, you must like Stephen Harper then. Stephen Harper was the conservative prime minister at the time. And I'm like, I kind of think it's like, yeah, I guess people really do think that, like, people who care about the, like, for whatever reason, people, those parties have done a really good job of kind of convincing people that they're the only ones who care about the economy. And then I'm going to assume that that guy probably thought it, because I was studying economics, that I also had certain views about, you know, reproduction rights or reproductive rights, or gun control, or, you know, a lot of things that actually almost certainly aren't true for me. But I understand why they thought that. So obviously we're in a very Twitter saturated environment. If I come up to you and say, this is a fun bug, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be extracting over here. Sorry. But yeah, so like if I come, like, obviously if somebody gives me that, like if I encounter something like that online, and, you know, so he says, what do you mean by number puncher in your bio? I'm like, I'm, you know, I'm an economist. It's like, oh, well, you must like Aaron O'Toole, who's the current conservative leader. I'm probably not going to want to engage, because usually those kinds of conversations go along the lines of, you hate women, or you hate the environment, or you hate, you know, X, Y, or Z. And if I turn around and say, well, actually, you know, I happen to like all of those things. And, you know, maybe without going too specific in terms of what my actual politics are, like perhaps, you know, we may actually have more in common in terms of our voting activity than you think. You know, the conversation's usually going to be more along the lines of, you're a bad person for supporting this thing I think you think. And nobody listens to that. On the other hand, if you tell a story, and that story has aliens, or that story has, you know, a caricature, you know, you can look at something like Industries of Titan and say, oh, well, we obviously don't live in that. We, you know, we maybe have traveled to space, but we don't even have a lunar base. What a silly idea that we would ever live on this planet. To have a faction like the Landfallers, and to have this hyper-capitalist ethic, right? It's the, you know, it's one of the oldest tricks in satire. You know, you exaggerate certain characteristics so you can make your point, right? Think of Gulliver's Travels. I mean, first of all, you get great stories out of them, but more importantly, you have an audience that is much more willing to listen to what you have to say. You wind up in the situation where I'm going to hit the energy plant again. I really did not do myself any favors by overworking that crevice. One might say, in the faced with scarce resources, I did not consider my long-term use of this this source of fuel. Bah, it's just a video game. I'm sure they're not making a point. No, but yeah, no, it's you know, again, like, no story is going to wind up being a substitute for thinking carefully about, you know, what your priorities are, what your values are, you know, what you're about. But I do tend to find that this sort of stuff is very effective for gaining some perspective, and that you can get that perspective lots of ways. It's actually one reason I love doing classics as a you know, in university. The way the ancient Greeks and Romans looked at the world is a very, very different way of looking at the world than what you or I may do. And sitting down and reading those texts, at the very least reading translations of those texts, because I definitely don't have any Greek, and my Latin extends to like 1 or 2 phrases. You know, you can just read it at face value, and you can impose, you know, whatever, you know, modern take on it you want. But I think the most satisfying way of engaging with it is to, you know, is to maybe engage a little more deeply. Think about what they were actually saying and what they meant, what was true at the time. So, for instance, the thinker Parmenides, I've read a lot of interpretations that sort of go with this more like linguistic interpretation or whatever. But the biggest problem that I have is that you have like Zeno's paradoxes, right? Where, you know, you shoot the arrow, and in order to get from point A to point B, you have to cross the halfway point. But to get to that halfway point, you also have to cross the halfway point between those 2 points. And, you know, can you traverse an infinite distance in finite time? No, you cannot. So, you know, this is essentially an argument against sort of the, you know, the senses, you know, just sort of this empirical way of looking at the world, which is essentially what Parmenides' poem sort of was. I think, what was it, they called it the way of seeming, I think, or something like that. So it just seems to me that, like, somebody like Zeno, who is studying, like, you know, we might have fragments of Parmenides, we might have fragments of Zeno, but it seems to me that if, you know, Zeno would be probably one of the most familiar people with what Parmenides is talking about, and he's not making an argument about language and sort of, you know, the Parmenidean arrow pointing to meaning or something like that. And, you know, that's the sort of thing, like, when I'm having discussions on this stuff, like, this is one question I sort of want to have answered about that. Like, what, you know, what does it mean that, you know, the person who seems to be the most familiar with this idea hasn't really given us any indication that that is actually what they thought their teacher thought. That's not like a knockdown argument or anything like that, right? Like, it's you know, there's lots of different reasons. Like, let's be honest here. There's a bunch of really smart people at Oxford who deal with this stuff, and I'm pretty sure I haven't just like got one up on them or something like that. But again, what I'm trying to say here is that this is another way that you can develop that kind of empathy, right? You've got a set of fragments, you've got a very alien way of looking at the world, and you can either impose sort of your set of standards to what they were thinking and, you know, make of it as you will. You'll probably just look at those texts and say, well, this is a bunch of nonsense. Like, why do we even bother reading this stuff? But it can be very rewarding, and it can be very satisfying to engage with something like that, particularly through the practice of empathy. And again, maybe
you know, like I said, you'll find it in all sorts of different ways. If it's not through classics, it might be through a science fiction story. You know, it might just be that you will gain a better appreciation for something that normally you would shout at someone at a protest over, because you read a book and it just so happens that, you know, the humans were actually, you know, the humans might have looked like the good guys, but this particular trait of the humans was turned into an alien race that was invading. And oh yeah, it's probably not a really good idea to just go and take somebody's land from them. Okay, yeah, I guess we were a bit of a jerk on that. And all of a sudden you have a better appreciation for it. And I mean, again, I sound incredibly furry on all of this stuff. But it is like, as I've said a couple of times about Avatar, like, it is worth remembering that different, like, a number of groups promoting indigenous rights in South America have genuinely used Avatar to help make their point, because it is a simple story that is, you know, easy to understand, and it very much aligns with the sort of stuff that they're talking about. So, and sometimes, you know, that is just far more effective than a pamphlet. So, you know, again, it's one of the reasons why I don't mind going on these kinds of digressions, because in the end, a lot of this stuff is lying beneath the surface. And again, if you just want to play a game that looks beautiful and, you know, you build your fun little cyberpunk dystopia, that's totally fine, right? Like, you want to have fun playing games. But there's tons of stuff to talk about, and there's tons of stuff to think about if you just scratch beneath the surface. And it's one of the reasons why I'm super happy that they hired writers, right? Because, you know, I enjoy Civilization, and obviously it has a Civilopedia. That's a lot of fun to read. But Civilization doesn't necessarily tell me a direct story. Civilization's still effective in helping me, you know, get an interest in history and continue with it. But, you know, we, I don't know, we all have kind of our different paths that we get to thinking about these kinds of things. And in the case of Industries of Titan, they took the time to sort of engage with some of the ideas that they're working with. And, you know, we'll probably see more of this as more factions continue to come into the game. Anyways, I am getting close to going an hour over. We finally managed to get our, you know, our development in terms of the tech tree. This is a really cool way of doing tech, so I'm really looking forward to running with that. In the next couple of sessions, we're going to try and get another fuel turbine up here as quickly as possible. I'd really prefer not to throw away these minerals, given the fact that we are going to be waiting a while before we can get a mine. But assuming I can get the fuel turbine up, we're going to be in pretty good shape, because this is just ripe for another power plant. I mean, we don't even need to worry about building the power plant here. We can just stick a power plant here for all I care. But really right now we need the fuel, and I need to stop this dance of, like, turning off the... Oh crap, we got a work session that's not running right now. But yeah, I kind of need to stop this dance of, like, turning off the power plant so that the turbine can, you know, can load stuff up. See, McLaugh, thank you very much, both for the sub and also for the really kind comment. I was all over the map. Actually, tell you what, let's get the save done here. Let me take a quick second here. I actually want to get in a better habit of this. So I know I mentioned a few different books and such, but let me see if I can find the Robert Gordon one at least. Well, thank you for using those emotes. So I'm actually going to recommend two somewhat popular books on this topic. I didn't talk about the other one, but I think this does tie into what we were talking about. So there is an older book, but this book is called Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy by Joseph Schumpeter. Joseph Schumpeter is very well known for his idea of creative destruction. And I have a feeling that that is probably something that is quite relevant to the conversation that we were having, just in terms of the ideas of what what happens as as we have technological improvement and potentially things that we've become accustomed to go away, right? Is that a good thing, or does that represent sort of this great concentration of wealth, which is obviously something we're very concerned about today? The book I referenced, though, and this is the one that is dealing with productivity. It's a thicker book, but I think it's still readable. But again, like, keep in mind, I'm talking about like Stephen Hawking kind of stuff, right? So like, if you are the sort of person who is interested enough in a subject that you're willing to read something a little weightier on it, but you're not necessarily a specialist, I'd say a decent comparison would be something like A Brief History of Time. Like, I have only the most very, very, very basic physics. But I did enjoy the Stephen Hawking books because it's an interesting subject and it's presented to a non-specialist audience. So the book that I had referred to was Robert J. Gordon. It's actually called The Rise and Fall of American Growth, the U.S. Standard of Living Since the Civil War. And maybe just in the interest of, I spoke on behalf of the author for a bit, but let's see what the actual cover says. In the century after the Civil War, an economic revolution improved the American standard of living in ways previously unimaginable. Electric lighting, indoor plumbing, motor vehicles, air travel, and television transformed households and workplaces. But has that era of unprecedented growth come to an end? Weaving together a vivid narrative, historical anecdotes, and economic analysis, The Rise and Fall of American Growth challenges the view that economic growth will continue unabated and demonstrates that the life-altering scale of innovations between 1870 to 1970 cannot be repeated. Robert Gordon contends that the nation's productivity growth will be further held back by the headwinds of rising inequality, stagnating education, an aging population, and the rising debt of college students and the federal government, and that we must find new solutions. A critical voice in the most pressing debates in our time, The Rise and Fall of American Growth is at once a tribute to a century of radical change and a harbinger of tougher times to come. So obviously I focused a lot on the productivity side because that is generally what Robert Gordon's papers are about, but clearly this book covers a lot. So if some of the stuff that we talked about, again, I got to appreciate that I'm improving while playing a video game. I'm maybe not as articulate as I'd like to be. I'm also probably not as studied on some of this stuff as I should be. But if some of this stuff interests you, particularly as relates to something like Industries of Titan, like I said, there are ideas underlying these games. These are two books that I think handle their subjects well. They raise very provocative views that sort of force you to think about things. As with any book, I highly recommend your best use of reading a book is not just this kind of conveyance of, text to brain, right? You read it, you dwell on it, you think on it, you wrestle with the argument, and you decide where it stands. Did they convince you? Is there something that might be missing? I did this with Piketty's Capital. I know that was a really popular. Well, okay, people bought it. I don't know if they read it, but there's definitely an assumption or an argument in Piketty's book that I just don't believe. And I think there's very good reason. Actually, Lawrence Summers pointed it out in his review of it. That doesn't mean it's a bad book, but it's one of these things where you will get the most out of a book if you take it seriously and you put a little of yourself inside of it. But again, if you're just looking for words to cross the page, like, you can totally read it that way too. Just there's probably more fun books to read that way. Anyways, I appreciate all of you for hanging out, particularly for those of you who were looking for Industries of Titan and maybe didn't want the econ rants. But I'm also very grateful for to Brace Yourself Games for not just letting me stream this game, but making a game that is worth talking about for this sort of stuff.
What is the input and what is the output?
YouTube video, sorry. Let's see who's online. Yeah, again, like, I don't want to be too I don't want to be too finger waggy about it, right? Like,
definitely read books the way that works for you. See what you can engage with. But to me, definitely the greatest pleasures of books have always come from, being able to really, really wrestle with it. Okay, nobody's streaming Industries of Titan, which is a bit of a shame, but Azure Wind is doing XCOM 2, and I'm going to be honest, I think Azure Wind is a really talented streamer. I am delighted that he has been getting quite a bit more attention for his channel lately with his XCOM streams. He's very good at XCOM 2. XCOM 2 is a hell of a game as well. And I also feel it kind of relates to Phantom Brigade a little bit. I know that's another Kitfox game that people like. So just a reminder, I'm probably going to do Boyfriend Dungeon on Friday. We did complete Wolfenstein. Monday, we should be back with Stellaris. And then Wednesday, another brace yourself. It'll probably be Phantom Brigade, but we'll see where it's going. I definitely intend to finish this Industries of Titan playthrough, but I'm going to need to find the time for it. But do also remember that I am going to be seeing some interruptions in terms of my overall schedule. I'm going to do my best not to let next week be affected, but I am going to be traveling to Vancouver starting on the 27th, so that'll mean I'll be missing both Wednesday and Friday. And unless I can find some way of doing like a mobile stream or something like that, my phone battery really is quite weak, so it wouldn't be a very long one if I did. But one way or the other, I appreciate you all hanging out. And for those of you who are willing to deal with my absences for the next little bit, in November I will do my best to just keep every day full up. But until then, again, thank you very much for watching. Please have a good time till I see you next, and hang around for Azure Wind, because he is a hell of a guy.